As a young boy, I liked much the same sort of games that most boys my age enjoyed. First ever system that the folks bought me was a Sega Mega Drive, a great old console that I had a gay old time with, playing classics like Sonic, Ristar, The Jungle Book, Dynamite Headdy, etc. Unlike a lot of kids in the late 90s, I completely skipped the Nintendo console scene. In fact, to this day I have almost no experience with The Legend of Zelda, Metroid or Super Mario games. The Super Nintendo and Nintendo 64 just passed me by, but it was all okay, because I had myself a PlayStation 1, oofed, Crash Bandicoot, Resident Evil, Gran Turismo, Tomb Raider, Tekken, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. Such fun I had in those days. Such great games in that golden age of gaming. However, it must also be said that for as much as I loved my PS1 and for as much fun as I had playing it, you could never really say there was a true emotional element there for me. It was for fun. My PS1 was essentially a toy, a really cool new technological toy. And that was fine. I was content with that because it was all I knew. But one day, when at the car boot sale that my parents did and still do every Sunday, I came across a game that I'd never seen before, and nor had I even heard of it. Final Fantasy VII, and boy did the sight of it instantly capture my interest. I know NTSC copies of the game had the image of Cloud gazing up the Shinra building as the box art, but the PAL artwork was far more understated and stylish, simply showing the Final Fantasy VII text with a blue-green comet streaking across the background. What's more is that it came in one of those thick cases sporting 3 discs, which also implied that it was probably going to be a really big game. Oh my god, Dad, please can I get this game, please? I got the game, but I did notice that disc 1 was a wee bit scratched up. I thought, ugh well, I'm sure it'll be completely fine, there's no way I'm putting this game back down again. Well, it turned out to not be completely fine, but more on that later. Folks, I was so excited that when I finally got home from the car boot sale, I'm not ashamed to admit that I popped the first disc into my PS1, to be greeted by an introductory title sequence accompanied by one of the most beautiful pieces of music I had ever heard. Hadn't even seen a lick of gameplay yet and I was already enchanted, and as the game began properly following that iconic opening FMV of a brown-haired green-eyed girl before panning back to reveal the circular city of Midgar in all its glory, my enchantment only grew. As my Final Fantasy VII journey progressed, I increasingly found myself captivated by the dialogue, the characters, the graphics, the battle system, the music, the bosses, the levels, the incredible cutscenes, and everything else. I will also highlight that not only was FF7 my first Final Fantasy game, but it was my first RPG full stop, meaning many of its gameplay elements were completely novel to me, not least of all its turn-based combat. Whatever misgivings I may have had about this style of combat though were thoroughly dispelled by the damn flashiness of it all, of Cloud and Barrett's sick limit breaks, and the colourful magic animations, and the weird enemy designs, and for as baffled as I was back then by the stat and customization side of things outside of battle, I still found it all to be extremely interesting. All these numbers that I didn't understand just made the whole affair all the more intriguing. For as excellent as much of FF7's graphics were, and still are, especially when in battle, not to mention its superb FMV sequences, which were impressive as hell for the time, and the ultra detailed pre-rendered backgrounds, the characters themselves did look kind of foolish when out in the field, these blocky polygonal models with cubes for hands. However, the game's dialogue, humour, setting and plot were so flavourful and compelling to me that the rougher graphical elements simply ceased to matter. In fact, they even took on a unique sort of charm. I had never played a game that made me feel such intense attachment to its characters and their plight, and to the story as a whole. A story which gets very complex too, where your interpretation of it can differ greatly depending on how well you're paying attention to the details. To me, this new game I was experiencing was more than a bit of fun. This was an emotional shock to the system, a revelation. This was something special. Folks, I was in love. I'd later go on to fall in love with Final Fantasy X and XII also, and as for the rest of the Final Fantasy catalogue, my feelings differ substantially from game to game, with my enjoyment of the franchise trending very steeply downward from the late 2000s to present day. But whatever my feelings are on the other Final Fantasy games, this 7th installment was my first love, the game that really got me into gaming, rather than me just seeing it as a good bit of casual fun. As such, I thought, hey, considering my long history with Final Fantasy VII, I think it's about bloody time I made a video on it, and here we are. Before we begin, please allow me to give my patrons the biggest possible thank you. I'm shutting down my Patreon page after this video, but I could not have asked for a better team of supporters, so again, thank you so much. And with that being said, get comfy, chill out, and strap in for this loving retrospective on one of the greatest games of all time. So first off, I'd like to introduce the world of Final Fantasy VII, and then I'll cover the events of the story up to Cloud's recollection of the Nibelheim incident. After that, I'll discuss FF7's many gameplay elements, systems and mechanics and such, before circling back to the story to talk about how the whole epic saga concludes, and to analyse and explain some of the deeper plot elements, because trust me, there's a lot going on in this game, lots of twists, deceptions and revelations. Please be aware though that I won't really be taking the many FF7 spin-offs into account in my discussions of the plot. This video is solely about the original on the PS1. Exactly what Final Fantasy VII's world is called is actually a bit contentious. In a certain late game attack animation, you get to see the planet itself being struck by a supernova, right after several other planets such as Pluto, Mercury and Jupiter get obliterated by the stellar death blast, which I guess means this game takes place inside our solar system. Also, at one point the character Bugenhagen literally uses the phrase, "It's all Greek to me." Okay, so Greece exists in this world. And in Tifa's 7th Heaven bar you can see the words Draft Beer Texas lit up above a jukebox. I'm just having fun though. In game, the planet is only referred to as just that, the planet, though there are apparently references to it being called Gaia in one or two FF7 spin-off titles, and some people point to the Gaia's Cliffs level as being in-game proof of the planet's name, but, you know, who cares? I'll simply refer to it as the planet from here on out. Final Fantasy VII does not have a traditional fantasy setting at all. There's no ye olde type stuff here, no knights and castles or mages or anything all that close. In fact, the world of FF7 is a rather technologically advanced one, though the level of technological sophistication does differ fairly significantly from place to place and from continent to continent. I've heard this game's aesthetic being described as cyberpunk and steampunk and even dieselpunk, whatever the hell all that means, but such labels mainly apply, if they apply at all, to the city of Midgar, where the first chunk of the game takes place, a city which differs a great deal in character compared to the rest of the world. Midgar is actually a particularly grimy, seedy place and entirely artificial, built almost in defiance of nature. That's not to say that there are no mystical or outlandish elements in the game though, because there most certainly are. For one, the world is filled with monsters, many of which boast truly fantastical and in some cases terrifying designs. Though there are also a range of classics dotted around, the occasional dragon, goblin and Palmer. But in FF7's world, science and technology reign supreme, at least on the surface, while themes of spirituality and magic take on more of an undercurrent, quite literally in fact, though the battle between hard science and spirituality is an ongoing theme throughout the game, all played out with an intriguing environmentalist spin. During the opening FMV, we get an incredible view of Midgar, the largest, most advanced and certainly most powerful city on the planet. Midgar is very distinctive in form, vast and circular and divided into 8 outer sectors situated around a central sector. The most wealthy and fortunate live on the surface of the conjoined and raised plates which make up the city, whilst the poor and downtrodden live in squalor in the slums below, out of view of the sun, surviving on the scrap and scraps from above. Another key feature of the city are the reactors situated along the outer rim, each of them powering a designated sector with electricity generated from something known as Mako energy, a power source known for its distinctive pale green glow. As for what Mako actually is, I'll expand on that further as the video goes on because its origins are very important, but suffice to say for now, it is essentially this planet's equivalent of oil, but with a literal spiritual twist. There is one more obelisk of import in Midgar though, and that is the towering panopticon at the centre, standing tall above every other structure, Shinra HQ. The Shinra Electric Power Company, or just Shinra for short, are by far the most powerful governing force in the world of FF7. Although they began as a weapons manufacturer, over time they gained power, influence and manpower, though much of the company's growth took place after Shinra scientists discovered how to generate power from Mako energy via their reactors, 8 of which can be seen around Midgar, while several others are dotted around the other parts of the planet, such as those in Coral Mountains, the one in Mount Nibel, the one on top of Fort Condor, the ruined one at Gongaga, and the unique underwater reactor below Junin Harbour. As a result of this discovery, a technological revolution took place, where suddenly everyone desired the comfort and convenience which Mako power finally made possible, dispensing with older ways of living and abandoning the use of alternate fuels such as coal in favour of Mako reactors. The upside is that this afforded the Shinra Corporation enormous power due to them having a monopoly on Mako energy production, not to mention the private army they had at their disposal, and the army of scientists and engineers tasked with furthering their research into newer, more revolutionary energy and weapon technologies. At one point, Shinra even had a promising space program in operation. Thus, over time, even though Shinra started out as a simple company, they have effectively become the world's government, controlling the law, the military, the energy supply, and even the media. Enter Avalanche, pretty much the only group willing to take on Shinra, and indeed they are who we play as the overhead view of Midgar is cut with shots of a speeding train, one that stops off in Sector 1, where the group's first big mission is to take place. Avalanche are an environmentally focused group of rebels, though that is putting it rather lightly. I guess it would be more accurate, not to mention poetic, to call them eco-warriors, or, from the view of Shinra and of many regular folk who buy into the Shinra's media coverage of explosive events soon to come, eco-terrorists. If you're wondering why I said that word strangely, I just don't want to get demonetized by the automated content checker because I said a word. That does happen. The supporting members of Avalanche are Biggs, Wedge and Jesse, all 3 of whom are present for this first mission, but who you never actually get to play as. But the others, the main playable characters, are Barrett Wallace, the leader of Avalanche, Tifa Lockhart, who is currently looking after Barrett's adopted daughter back in the Sector 7 slums where the group is based, and the newest, cockiest, spikiest, hairest member is Cloud Strife, a former member of Soldier, who are Shinra's most elite combatants. There are several hostile Shinra grunts there to meet Avalanche after they get off the train in Sector 1, though these guys aren't members of Soldier, they're just basic guards and infantry. Actual Soldier combatants are far more powerful and come in 3rd, 2nd and 1st class, and supposedly Cloud himself was a member of Soldier 1st class. A good bit further into the game you can actually run into members of Soldier 1st class in random battles, and they do indeed wear much the same purple jumpsuit as what Cloud has on, though rather than them wielding anything close to Cloud's classic Buster sword, they're always armed with spiked lances rather than edged swords. Gotta say though, I do feel that actual Soldier enemies are strangely underused. Soldier is a really important part of the plot, yet it's quite possible to go through the whole game and never fight a single one. They're purely restricted to missable random encounters. But what's the deal with Avalanche? Why are they here? Well, like I said, they are eco-terrorists. They fancy themselves to be protectors of the very planet, the planet which Shinra are directly harming through their extraction of Mako energy from beneath the ground, an act which Barrett explains is literally draining the planet of its life force, all so that this mega corporation can increase their power and profits, and so that people can live a bit more comfortably, not a very ecologically friendly or sustainable trade-off. Thus, the reason Avalanche are here in Sector 1 is to destroy Reactor 1 by straight up blowing it to hell with a bomb made by Jesse, after which they can get to work destroying the other reactors one at a time, causing enormous disruption to Shinra's operations and buying the planet a bit more time with every blast. Barrett is by far the most fervent member of the group, being filled with scorn and disgust whenever he's speaking about Shinra and their reactors, though Cloud himself is an outlier, having only recently joined up. In fact, he's not even a true member of Avalanche, but rather is simply here as a mercenary for hire, who's just doing the job for the money, rather than from any sense of environmental responsibility. As such, Cloud is very cocky and dismissive to Barrett during their early interactions as they battle to get into the reactor, but he is a hell of a fighter, capable of dispatching most Shinra grunts in just a single hit, just as you would expect from an ex-member of Soldier First Class. With the auxiliary members' help, Cloud and Barrett make it down to the core of the reactor, with that familiar pale green Mako hue growing ever stronger the further the team descends. Cloud plants the bomb, though he has a bit of an episode beforehand, and indeed Cloud will be having an awful lot of episodes throughout the game, but suffice to say for now that there's far more to this aloof mercenary than meets the eye. There's a 10-minute timer here which also persists through battles, and it will result in a game over too if you let it run down to 0. I think. I've never actually had that happen, unless you're completely taking the piss, unless you suck. That should never happen. As the team escape from the reactor, the bomb goes off, and it's not just some weak little explosion either, it is massive, and from here the team separates before regrouping on a train headed back to Sector 7. I find it pretty interesting how this whole opening act is framed, and how it's discussed by our main characters, because we are playing as Avalanche, fighting against robots and soldiers. And even though Cloud is a bit cocky and Barrett's a bit grouchy, they seem like the good guys, especially Biggs, Wedge and Jesse, who are perfectly pleasant and friendly in their words and demeanour. However, bear in mind that they just destroyed a major piece of Midgar's energy infrastructure that who knows how many people relied on, and more importantly than that, who knows how many innocent people were just vaporised in the blast. Later on in the game, Barrett even gets confronted about this very bombing by the character Cait Sith, and his answer is that, well, you've got to expect a few casualties. After the bombing, you can speak to people down in the slums and watch news bulletins which paint Avalanche as being a terror group, and yeah, they kind of are if you think about it. Sure, they have a moral justification for their actions, which they see as being of higher importance than anything else, but that's dangerous thinking, because it means that any competing moral conflicts can simply be dismissed, because hey, we're fighting for the planet, so by definition we're the good guys and that's that. What's a few deaths compared to the potential death of the planet itself? Furthermore, even though Barrett paints himself and his group as heroic saviours of nature in these early stages in the game, we later find out that an even more significant driver of his anti-Shinra feelings stem from an incident which occurred years before at his hometown in Coral over on the western continent, where his friends and family were slaughtered by Shinra over practically nothing, prompting him to seek revenge against the company that took everything from him. Don't get me wrong though, I'm not trying to spin it like Avalanche are the bad guys and Shinra are just misunderstood, because no, Shinra are truly unapologetically awful and evil, and they only get worse and worse as the game goes on and as you learn more about their history. Back in Sector 7, Avalanche immediately start prepping for their next mission at Tifa's 7th Heaven, a bar in the slums run by Tifa Lockhart, another member of the group and a childhood friend of Cloud's. In fact, it was only a month or two before this first mission that Tifa came across a confused and semi-conscious Cloud at Sector 7's train station, which was the first time she'd seen him since he left their hometown to become a member of Soldier. This was how Cloud came to be a part of this bombing mission in the first place. Even though Barret, Tifa and Cloud all find themselves in Midgar at the start of the game, none of them were actually born there. Like I said, Barret was from Coral, but Cloud and Tifa's hometown is a place called Nibelheim, and although I shan't get into it just yet, just as Barret is to some degree motivated by personal revenge when it comes to his ill feelings towards Shinra, the same is true of Tifa, as per a terrible incident in Nibelheim 5 years ago. Although Cloud had planned to simply take the payment for the mission and then leave to who knows where for more mercenary work, Tifa reminisces with him about a promise he'd made to her when they were children, prior to Cloud leaving town to join Soldier, a promise that if she was ever in trouble, he would come and rescue her, and this guilt trips him into sticking around for at least a bit longer for Avalanche's next mission, that being to blow up Reactor 5. As you'd expect, security in Midgar has been heightened, and no wonder when you consider that the bombing of Reactor 1 literally just happened like yesterday. We really don't waste much time in between missions. The team take a train to Sector 5, but despite Jesse creating fake IDs for them so as to pass the ID scan, Cloud's ID sets off the alarm due to Jesse having modified his in particular. Things get pretty damn hectic on the train too, starting off with Barret threatening a Shinra manager. What exactly do you mean by that? Due to the alert, the team have to jump off the train to avoid being apprehended, meaning that instead of them all making a flashy entrance like before, they need to trek there via the Sector 4 sewers, which is far less flashy. They do make it to the reactor however, and layout wise it's much the same as Reactor 1, but with a bit of a palette swap, though things are somewhat easier to get through this time round, what with Tifa now being a part of the team. Once again, Cloud plants the bomb at the core, though once again he has an episode, a more vivid one this time too, featuring a quick flashback of a younger Tifa at a different Mako reactor. Recall what I said a few minutes ago regarding Tifa's motivations against the Shinra. Nonetheless, the bomb gets set and they go to make their escape, except this time is different because President Shinra appears, indicating that they had been anticipating another attack by Avalanche here. Not a huge amount gets revealed about President Shinra in this game, but he's pretty much your typical power and money hungry head of a corrupt corporation type dude, thinking nothing of lying and ordering the deaths of thousands of people if it'll help him further his agenda. In fact, it may well have been he who ordered the destruction of Barret's hometown all those years ago, though we know for sure that an executive named Scarlet was directly involved in the massacre. President Shinra is a sociopath, and a snobby one at that, making a pompous and condescending speech before leaving in a helicopter. Admittedly, it's a pretty cool exit, but in his wake, he leaves behind another robo-guard, except instead of the guard Scorpion within Reactor 1, the team is confronted by Airbuster. After the battle, Airbuster explodes, blasting a hole in the bridge, leaving Cloud barely hanging on before falling far down into the Sector 5 slums, though not to his death. Rather than Cloud's body being pulverised into mush by the fall, his impact is broken by the roof of a church, below which lies a flower bed, and a flower girl, Aeris, or Aerith, depending on what you want to call her, but I'll be calling her Aeris. Please don't get mad at me. Of course, we first saw Aeris back in the opening FMV, but Cloud himself bumped into her directly after the Reactor 1 bombing, where he can even buy a flower from her if you can afford it at that point, if you can afford the 1 gil that it costs. Aeris is a resident of the Sector 5 slums and has lived here since childhood, having been taken care of by her adoptive mother, Elmira, though she spends much of her time tending to the flowers which grow here in this run-down but sunlit church, so as to scrape together just enough money to survive down here below the steel sky. There's immediate romantic tension between Cloud and Aeris here, with her asking him to be her bodyguard in exchange for 1 date, and I guess it's pretty cute and all that. I don't know, I'm old. I'm a cantankerous old goat who would sooner sneer and snarl at any scenes of characters showing affection. I literally turn my monitor off for 5 minutes whenever I get to the Macalania Lake cutscene in Final Fantasy X. But yes, Cloud and Aeris are pleasant together. Their interactions are very sweet, made more so by how ephemeral a character Aeris sadly is. Anyway, whilst these two are giggling and farting around, an odd man appears in the doorway, this being Reno, a Turk. The Turks are another elite unit of Shinra, though compared to the likes of your standard grunt or soldier, they are far more shadowy, being concerned with spying, kidnapping and assassination. We see 5 different members of the Turks throughout the game, those being Reno, Rude, Tsang, Elena and Vincent Valentine, though in the latter case you only see him as a Turk in an easily missable flashback scene, and by the time you meet the man yourself he has taken on a darker, edgier persona. The Turks turn up a lot throughout the game, also serving as boss fights several times as the team continues to thwart Shinra's plans, though they have a special interest in Aeris, and that is because she is special. Got to say, the relationship the party have with the Turks is definitely entertaining, but also a wee bit morally odd at times. I mean, you see them do some truly evil things, and even in this first encounter you have with them, they flat out try and murder Cloud and Aeris by blasting them with machine gun fire, but by the end of the game both groups come to a sort of guarded mutual respect and understanding, even though, as we'll soon see, they are responsible for instances of mass killing, not to mention 2 instances of the kidnap of Avalanche's loved ones. Then again, maybe that's one of the things that makes Final Fantasy VII's story so interesting, the hints of moral greyness and the darkness. There are some characters who are flat out terrible people, like President Shinra, not to mention his 2 highest ranking minions, Heidegger and Scarlet, and certainly Professor Hojo, who is utterly reprehensible in every respect. And on the other side of the coin, there are morally pure characters like Aeris, and that kid who loves cats in Wall Market. But for as awful as some of the Turks' actions undoubtedly are, they are far more motivated by relentless professionalism, rather than greed or malevolence, not entirely dissimilar to how Avalanche are motivated by unflinching environmentalism rather than terrorism. Reno and a few Shinra grunts pursue Aeris here as they are implied to have done many times in the past, but with Cloud's help the pair escape, and onward to her home in the Sector 5 slums. And by the way, this place is an absolute shithole. It looks even more run down than the Sector 7 slums from earlier, at least until we get to where Aeris lives. Why the hell does she get to live in sun-dappled opulence while the rest of the residents live in abject squalor? That's bullshit. It is a damn nice home though, with a stunning garden, clearly meant to be a reflection of Aeris' own bright and pure character, and the pair sleep here with the plan to head onward to the Sector 6 slums in the morning, though Elmira requests Cloud leave during the night without Aeris, knowing that only bad things await if they both go together. Even though Cloud does attempt this though, Aeris is somehow waiting for him right at the Sector 5 exit. After over 20 years of playing this game, I still don't know how, and so they both travel on together, though they spot Tifa sitting on the back of a Chocobo drawn carriage leading into the Sector 6 slums towards Walmart. Wallmarket. We don't actually have Walmart in the UK, we have Asda. Anyway. Wallmarket is the most bustling area in all of Midgar's slums, a commercial hub of inns, restaurants, a gym, and other assorted stores, including this place down at the bottom right. Cloud and Aeris discover that Tifa is to be presented to a local creep named Don Corneo, an unabashed pervert of the lowest order who owns a garish mansion at the north end of town, a man who is provided with a nightly stream of new girls to choose from for his pleasure. Thus, Cloud and Aeris conspire to gain access to the Don's den of depravity to rescue Tifa, and maybe even to gain a bit of intel on what Shinra's been up to following the Reactor 5 incident. This leads to a whole bunch of back and forth around Wallmarket, all so that Cloud can procure himself a lovely dress and a soft wig, to disguise himself as one of the 3 women to be offered to Corneo. Every time I've ever played through FF7, I've just done the essentials here, requiring you to visit the mansion, then the clothing store, then the clothing store owner at the bar, then back to the clothing store again for the dress, and then the gym for the wig, then back to the clothing store, and then Bob's your auntie's brother, you can enter Corneo's mansion to rescue Tifa. For this playthrough though, I fancy doing all the extra stuff I'd never bothered doing before, starting now, and that meant procuring a few extra items. Namely, the sexy cologne from the woman in the bar's bathroom by giving her a digestive, the diamond tiara from the lazy dude in the shop by giving him the protein drink set from the vending machine at the inn, and the members card from the guy just by the alley leading to the Honey Bee Inn. Folks, until this playthrough I had never set foot inside the Honey Bee Inn. I'm sure many of you watching can proudly say the same, and perhaps that's for the better, because the experience was mind-shattering. Yeah, let's never go to the Honey Bee Inn again. Funnily enough, though, I actually had to do it all again straight after because you have to speak to the woman here before she leaves the room in order to get the bikini briefs. And finally, you can barge into the women's changing room so that one of the girls there will apply makeup to Cloud's face. Normally what happens when you enter Corneo's mansion is that after regrouping with Tifa, who is actually on a mission to find out some company secrets from Don Corneo, who has been trading intelligence with the Shinra for some time, the Don will select Tifa or Aerith to be his companion for the night, leaving both you and whoever's left to be ravaged by his men. It's all painted in a nearly humorous manner, but it's really extremely messed up when you think about it. If you go out of your way to get the correct items though, which is very easy to mess up by the way, Corneo will pick Cloud instead, and I'll be honest, it was 100% worth the effort. As hilarious as this sequence is, however, Shinra's latest plan is no laughing matter. The Dawn reveals that they plan to destroy the pillar holding up the Sector 7 plate, an act which will cause it to collapse, killing both everyone on the surface and in the slums below where Avalanche is based. And to top it all off, Shinra will then blame Avalanche for the atrocity, further intensifying everyone's fear of the group and making them even more reliant on Shinra for security. From here, Don Corneo distracts the trio with a trick question before sending them downward through a trap door into the sewers for an encounter with his wet pet, Apps. And from here the group travels through the train graveyard just east of the Sector 7 slums so as to make it to the pillar in time, where the other members of Avalanche are deep in combat with Shinra's forces. Aerith leaves the party here to collect Marlene, Barrett's adopted daughter, to safety, while Cloud and Tifa ascend the pillar, seeing Biggs, Wedge and Jessie along the way, all badly wounded, though Barrett is still fighting at the top where Reno arrives on the scene to press a button, activating the emergency plate release system, triggering the time bomb which will collapse the pillar and bury everything underneath in a smouldering tomb of scrap. The team do battle with Reno here, but he escapes. The Turks do a whole lot of escaping, but Sang arrives on the scene with a captive Aerith, explaining that it's too late, the bomb cannot be disarmed. He also announces that they've finally captured the last ancient, that being Aerith, who he... Dude, what the hell? Chill. As the pillar explodes, Cloud, Tifa and Barrett make a dramatic escape, but leave behind an obliterated Sector 7, meaning that everyone we saw when we visited the place earlier is dead and buried, including the other members of Avalanche, though Aerith did manage to smuggle Marlene out to Elmira in Sector 5 before she was kidnapped by the Turks. Before this point, we know that the Shinra suck. These guys suck.
This guy's a real jerk.
But this is where it's brutally demonstrated just how bad they are. They're willing to snuff out thousands of souls, all to take out a small rebel group. It's a remarkably dumb and inefficient plan too, really, just grossly excessive. Plus, it didn't even work. Half the members of Avalanche made it out alive, more desperate than ever for revenge. Mind you, in an earlier cutaway scene at Shinra HQ, you do see a meeting between the President, his head of Priest Preservation, Heidegger, and his head of Urban Development, Reeve. And while the President and Heidegger are all behind the plan, Reeve is far more objectionable, showing that there is at least some small element of morality in the company, even if it does go completely unheeded in this case. Whereas before, Cloud and Aeris were out to rescue Tifa, now it is Avalanche's turn to rescue Aeris after seeing her kidnapping at the hands of the Turks, though they first pay a visit to Elmira's home where Marlene was hidden by Aeris. Makes for a really touching scene actually. This game has and always will have a certain emotional hold over me, and so there were several times over this playthrough where I shed tears. I couldn't help it. The team's return to Aeris' home is a very important one because this is where Elmira sheds some light on Aeris' past, revealing that she found Aeris as an infant in the slums back during the Wu-Tai War, weeping by her mother, Ifalna, who was on death's door. Upon Ifalna's death, she took Aeris in, though in the days and weeks after, Elmira discovered that there was something different about this little girl, who spoke about her departed mother having supposedly returned to the planet, and about hearing voices, and how she and her mother had escaped from a research laboratory. And she even somehow knew that Elmira's husband, a soldier, had died several days before the official letter came. Hold it together, dude. The thing that made Aeris so special, and the thing that makes her arguably the most important character in the game, is that she's the very last of a race known as the Ancients, also known as the Cetra. This was referenced by Sang earlier on in the helicopter, but we see him again in the flashback here, showing that the Shinra have been after Aeris ever since she was a child. In fact, it was the Shinra that she and Ifalna, who was also of course an Ancient, had been escaping from when Elmira found them both at the train station. But now the Shinra finally have her, and considering the callous act of mass murder they just carried out in Sector 7, it is unlikely that their plans for Aeris are any purer, meaning it's time to rescue her from Shinra HQ. Might be a bit clueless as to how the hell to even get up there to the surface, but it just so happens that in the chaos of the explosion, a long metal cable fell down from above over at the northeast section of Wall Market, meaning that the team simply has to climb it and then bang. Just like that, we're at Shinra HQ. That was easy. You're kindly given a choice between two different approaches to take regarding how best to infiltrate the building. I usually choose the loud approach, but I was feeling a bit more stealthy this time, and so I took the side entrance. Except maybe you shouldn't do this because it entails 5 whole minutes of this. Then again, Tifa does come out with this legendary line. From here, the team climbs most of the enormous building with the use of the elevator, and then floor by floor from level 60 up to 70, involving all sorts of fights, puzzles, and amusing challenges. You even meet the mayor of Midgar during the ascent, the same one rudely referenced by Heidegger in an earlier scene, and indeed, turns out he's no friend to Shinra. Despite his fancy title, he doesn't possess any real power. He's essentially just a puppet, here to give the illusion of political legitimacy. He gives you a key card to climb higher, but there's also a puzzle here which I've never really bothered engaging with. I usually just say screw it and choose an answer at random, but just as I tried something new back in Wall Market, I thought I'd do the same here and actually try figure it out. Folks, I couldn't figure it out. I had to look up how to do it online. But to be fair to myself, it is surprisingly obtuse. You first got to look at the names for each library room, and then read every file name within each library until you find a file that differs from the theme of that room. So for example, the files in this library should all pertain to scientific research, but here we have one called ranks and extended use of Mako weaponry, which belongs in the Priest Preservation / Weapons Development Library, not here obviously. Now that we've identified the anomalous file, got to look at the number at the beginning of its name and then use it to count from left to right to get the letter you're looking for, which in this case would be K. Now do this for the other 3 libraries until you get 4 letters in total, which you can rearrange to match with one of the mayor's choices, which in this case was King. I also decided that I would properly do the locked door coupon room for the first ever time. I've always only ever been able to collect 2 coupons rather than the full 3, but that's just because I never thought to use the upper doors here. All you really need to do is unlock a couple of doors up top to get to the coupon room to the left, go through the duct to get to the right hand coupon room, and then use your last door unlock to get to the middle coupon room, and then climb back into the duct to exchange your coupons for every reward. Further up the building, we can eavesdrop on an executive meeting involving the President, Heidegger, Reeve, Scarlet, who is the head of weapons development, Palmer, who is the head of the Space and Aeronautics Division, and Professor Hojo, the head of Shinra's Research Division, and an all-round bastard. Reeve discusses the damage to Sector 7 and the massive cost of rebuilding it, numbering well into the billions of gil. However, the President announces that they will not be rebuilding Sector 7. Instead, Shinra will raise the cost of Mako energy by 15% across the board and focus on the Neo Midgar project, a newer, grander city which they plan to construct in a place called the Promised Land, a place that they can begin pursuing now that they have an ancient in their clutches. This is why the Shinra had made so many efforts to recapture Eris over the years. This is our first time seeing Hojo, but from the way he speaks about Eris, it is immediately clear that he's a monster, referring to her as the specimen, and casually speaking of breeding her so that their research can continue. After the meeting concludes, the team follow Hojo to the next floor up where his lab is based, and this is where Cloud has an extremely important encounter with a bizarre organism being held in a thick metal vault, and that organism's name is Jenova. Observe that Cloud immediately knows its name is Jenova without him having been told it beforehand here, and the strange way he reacts directly after seeing its headless form floating within the tank. He has an episode far stronger than the ones he experienced at Reactors 1 or 5. Cloud also remarks that they brought Jenova here, though up until this point we don't yet know where this thing was supposedly brought from or even what it is, but apparently it's still moving in there, still alive, even without its head. Pretty unnerving stuff. From here, the team ascends higher to see Eris trapped inside a chamber, with pervy old Hojo steering in whilst a red wolf-like creature is raised up into the same chamber, and again he speaks about breeding the specimens, though how he thinks a humanoid ancient would be able to procreate with this canine fella is beyond me. It is both said and implied a few times throughout the game, however, that Hojo isn't actually a great scientist. It's his ruthlessness and complete lack of ethics that have made him rise so high in the company. Obviously our crew doesn't stand for the whole interspecies breeding program that Hojo has planned, and so Barrett does something I've always thought was absolutely mental and fires directly at the chamber with Eris and the wolf inside, which causes it to go white hot, presumably scorching every living thing inside to a crisp. Thankfully though that's not what happens, they do make it out unharmed, but it's revealed that the wolf can speak like a human and that his given name is Red 13, though as we later find out, his true name is Nanaki, and he becomes the newest member of the team. He even helps out in the ensuing boss fight with Sample H0512. Funny thing to notice here is that after the fight there's an important pickup to collect, that being the enemy's skill materia, the first copy you can get your hands on and the only missable copy, and one of only 4 copies you can find in the whole game, but for some reason I just didn't see it at all here and left, and played through the next half hour before realising that I hadn't gotten it and so had to load an early save. Whoops. Now, what comes next is one of those annoying immersion-breaking moments, where what you know the characters can do is suddenly made irrelevant by a plot contrivance, as Sang and Rude of the Turks enter in on the gang in the elevator, at which point, for some reason, they just give up and allow themselves to be made captive. Why though? They all just took on a nightmarish biological monstrosity 5 minutes ago, and furthermore, not long from now, they literally get into an elevator fight with an artillery tank followed by an attack helicopter. But oh, there's no way they can get out of this one. I guess you never actually get to see what Sang, the leader of the Turks, can do in combat, so maybe the idea is that he's way too strong for the party at this point, though you go on to fight every other Turk multiple times throughout the game. The party get taken in for an audience with President Shinra, who says they've already recaptured Eris, and that as a Cetra, she will lead them all to the Promised Land, a place said to be extremely rich in Mako energy, the perfect place for the construction of Neo Midgar, a project which would continue to suck the planet dry, but at an even faster rate than before. By the way, don't know how I never noticed this before, but the President has a massive cigar hanging out of his mouth here. Took me 20 years to notice that. After this presidential encounter, the team are all locked away in cells, including Eris, who reveals to Cloud and Tifa that she still hears voices even now, and that she knows she's destined to one day get out of Midgar, speak with the planet, and find her own promised land, whatever that might mean. After getting some rest, Cloud wakes up to discover that his cell, and only his cell, is wide open, and what's more is that their jailer lies dead, meaning someone came, killed the guard, but purposely left Cloud and his entire party alive. Further inspection of the floor reveals that several other Shinra employees are also dead and bloodied, though most significantly of all, the vault where the headless body of Jenova was being held has been ripped wide open, and from it there's a trail of blood leading all the way to the top floor of the building, the presidential floor, and indeed, President Shinra lies dead on his desk, slumped over with an enormous sword sticking out of his back, Sephiroth's sword. At this point we haven't directly seen Sephiroth yet, but we do know that he was a soldier of legendary skill, the greatest fighter to have ever lived, though he reportedly died 5 years ago. President Shinra spoke of him back at Reactor 5, but both Cloud and Tifa have also been all too well acquainted with the man in the past. In fact, both of them were directly involved in the incident leading to his death, though they don't expand on that here. Cloud does know for certain though that even if Sephiroth did just kill the president, he's not the good guy. In this case, the enemy of their enemy is not their friend, but, as it later turns out, is an even greater enemy. Furthermore, even though this president is dead, turns out he has a son named Rufus who promptly arrives on the scene to claim his father's throne, meaning that Shinra is far from out of business. The team venture outside to meet Rufus to see what he's all about, but it's soon made apparent that he's just as big a pompous prick as his father was, perhaps even more so. He makes it clear that he intends to rule the world with fear rather than with money like his father did. Not entirely sure what he means by this though, because we just witnessed President Shinra wipe out an entire sector of his city at massive financial cost to his company. All to crush Avalanche and to increase the people's reliance on Shinra to protect him from Avalanche, who they falsely blamed for the attack, but whatever. Suffice to say that there's really not much of a difference to how Rufus goes on to run the company compared to how his father likely would have. He continues to pursue the Promised Land and still wants to enact the Neo Midgar project. And he even goes on to hunt Sephiroth, though if it's for vengeance for his father, he never outright states this. Rufus is never really shown expressing any sort of emotion, though he is quite nasty to Heidegger and is more dismissive of Professor Hojo, who goes on to resign from the company after this whole incident. From here, it's essentially a boss rush, and it's awesome. I know I've only been speaking about the story thus far, but I will get onto everything else soon. But the whole Shinra HQ segment is peak gaming. Every minute of it is gold. There's tons of gameplay variety, puzzles, great combat, a bunch of bosses, excellent dialogue, new allies and villains, major story moments, super important details which only make full sense much later down the line, It's incredible, including the whole closing sequence here. It starts off with Cloud staying behind with Rufus while Barret, Aeris and Red 13 flee the building, though Tifa stays to wait for him. From here they get into an epic elevator battle, one of only 2 examples in the game I believe of one distinct boss entity being followed up by another in the same continuous fight. The 100 Gunner, then the Heli Gunner. Afterwards, Cloud has his battle with Rufus, which, although not too difficult, can very easily go south due to all attacks now being focused on the one party member. And if Cloud dies here, then you've got to go through the whole rigmarole of discovering the dead body of President Shinra all over again, as well as the aforementioned elevator boss battle. Unfortunately, Cloud does not manage to finish Rufus off, with the new president stylishly escaping by hanging off the bottom of a Shinra helicopter when things go south. Cut to Barret, Aeris and Red 13 at the bottom of the building, trying to find a way to escape before Tifa rejoins them, kicking off a dumb but fun cutscene of everyone escaping on a truck, whilst Cloud rides a sick-ass motorbike out of Shinra HQ, with their destination being the very edge of Midgar. There's a pretty easy bike riding minigame here, though a cool touch is that the amount of health your party loses throughout it determines their starting health for the boss fight against the Motorball. After the battle, the team discusses their next steps, those being to pursue Sephiroth, to protect the planet, and to learn more about the Ancients and the Promised Land, which Sephiroth himself is looking for. I've always loved the moment where you first leave Midgar, where you look at the map and think, hang on, everything that just happened all took place in one small part of this entire explorable world? It's a sick moment, and some people say that this is where the game actually starts. I don't really agree with that personally, because I think the Shinra HQ stuff is incredible. Though I admit it can get a wee bit bland trudging your way through the various slums and sewers over the first few hours. Things open up a lot from this point on though, here on what's called the world map, where you're free to take your time with stuff and even indulge in the odd bit of optional content. There are different rules of navigation here too. You've got an actual map for one, you are subject to random encounters whilst roaming around, and now you can save whenever you want instead of having to find a save point. Random boomer reference here by the way, but I've always thought the FF7 save points looked vaguely similar to the potion card from the original Pokemon trading cards from the late 90s. I'm talking back when there was only 151 Pokemon. We used to bring our cards into school, which was the style at the time, and swap them with one another. I remember one time when I got a Charizard out of a pack my parents bought me and I nearly had a fit. That's how excited I was. It was rare as hell, at least back then. But never mind all that reminiscing. Soon after leaving Midgar, Barret directs us to a lovely little town called Calm, where the party gather at the inn for Cloud to reveal how he knew Sephiroth, as well as give some insight into his time as a member of Soldier. We see him in a truck with the legend himself, as well as with a few regular old Shinra grunts there to provide some light support for the mission, that being to investigate a malfunctioning Mako reactor located in Mount Nibel, just beyond the town of Nibelheim, because the reactor has supposedly been producing brutal creatures thanks to the excess Mako in the area. Thus, as elite members of Soldier, it's Cloud and Sephiroth's job to put down such monsters and fix the malfunction, and this is where we get to directly witness the awesome power of Sephiroth in a fight, with he and a level 1 Cloud going against an enormous dragon with a remarkably fat ass, and it's all so goddamn sick. Up to this point in the game, you'll have been very lucky to have ever exceeded even the 1000 damage barrier with any of your own characters, even with a limit break, but here's Sephiroth casually dealing over 3k damage with his sword, in stark comparison to lame-ass Cloud here with his 140 HP and his 14 points of damage per hit. Pathetic. Mind you, later on in the game your own party pass through Mount Nibel themselves, where you can take on this same type of dragon in random encounters, and it feels good to nail them yourself, though there are other stronger variants of this enemy, namely the red dragon boss in the Temple of the Ancients, the blue dragons in Gaia's Cliff, and the dark dragons from the North Cave. The Shinra contingent stops off in Nibelheim to rest for the night before departing for the reactor in the morning with the help of a local guide, that being a young Tifa. As Cloud, you can explore around Nibelheim a bit here. This is his hometown after all. You can even enter Tifa's home, root around in her closet, and play all the hits on the piano, though curiously, Tifa herself is nowhere to be found just yet. Cloud can also visit his own home where his mother lives alone, where we see her fuss and dote on him, remarking upon his fancy purple uniform, though he explains that even though his mother looks healthy here, she died a few days later. We never directly witness Cloud's mother die, but events soon to come make it clear how this probably happened. Something to note here is that even though it seems like there should be more to Cloud's memory, he cuts this particular recollection short without explanation, as if either the memory is too painful for him or there are further aspects to it that he's unable or perhaps unwilling to recall. While Sephiroth is a tad cold in his demeanour, he still seems relatively pleasant and certainly respectable enough at first here. He does react oddly after Cloud asks him about his parents however. Sephiroth explains that his mother is Jenova, who died right after giving birth to him, but upon considering the question of who his father is, he appears to erupt into strange laughter at the mere thought of it. Of course, although we don't yet know any real details about exactly who or what Jenova is, we do know that it would later go on to be kept at Shinra HQ minus its head, before someone, presumably Sephiroth as far as we can guess at this point, violently removed it from that building. Another very strange thing about Sephiroth claiming that Jenova is his mother is Jenova's appearance, because it most certainly did not look like any sort of human. The next day they all prepare to leave for the reactor on Mount Nibel, with a hat-wearing Tifa finally making her appearance, to which Cloud reacts with surprise and protectiveness over her, but Sephiroth insists on them leaving for the reactor regardless. The expanse of mountains here which make up Mount Nibel can be seen to have very unusual geomorphology, perhaps due to the abundance of Mako in the area. That being the reason they placed a reactor here in the first place, though its remoteness was also absolutely a factor. To progress further through the mountains, the team need to cross this bridge, and folks, for me, this bridge is a very significant bridge. You might remember me saying back in the intro that disc 1 of the game was a wee bit scratched up when I first bought it second hand all those years ago. Well, up until this point in the story, it wasn't an issue. I didn't notice any ill effects, but that was before I reached this bridge in this flashback, which snaps once you make it about halfway across, triggering a cutscene of everyone falling. Except, back then, for me, the cutscene did not play. Instead, the game would crash in this same spot every single time. The creaking sound of the bridge snapping would repeat and the screen would freeze. I replayed the flashback time and time and time again. You would not believe how many times I tried to make it through, desperately hoping that this time it would not crash and I could carry on with this game that I was pretty much obsessed with. But nope, it was, as they say here in Scotland, gubbed. Thus, like a weirdo, I used to just replay through the whole game up until this point over and over again. I even spent hours running around the accessible portion of the world map, just leveling up my characters and their materia, because I just wanted to play the freaking game some more, and this was all I was able to do due to the scuffed disc. You might be thinking, oh, why didn't you just buy another copy of the game? But I was a child and had little money, and I almost never got new games. I got stuff second hand at car boot sales. However, after a long time, and honestly it must have been between 1 and 2 years later, I came across another copy of FF7, and finally, I was able to progress past this infernal rope bridge and continue my journey to the reactor. One of the Shinra grunts who had been with them gets lost in the fall from the bridge, but rather than them all stopping to look for the poor chump, Sephiroth insists their prime objective is the reactor, as heartless as it may seem to leave a man behind. This whole flashback sequence really is well done with how Sephiroth is presented to us. All we know by now, or at least all we think we know, is that Sephiroth killed President Shinra and is looking for the Promised Land, and that Cloud is in strong doubt of any good intentions he might have, but rather than the game depicting him in any sort of stereotypically dark manner, he's more intriguing than anything, and not unpleasant. As focused as he is on the mission, he even lets the men know they can visit their family and friends when they get to town. He seems to have a friendship with Cloud, and he shares interesting and insightful insight into the nature of Mako and magic. This is a very fun section too, as you see further displays of Sephiroth's incredible power as he destroys entire groups of monsters with high level elemental magic before the group makes it to a very special natural feature known as a Mako fountain. Orbs of power which allow users to draw upon the knowledge and wisdom of the ancients to perform extraordinary acts of magic, though some men of science would sooner scorn and scoff than throw around terms like magic, like Professor Hojo, who Sephiroth mentions here in a highly derogatory manner, denouncing his abilities as a scientist, especially in comparison to a certain other unnamed great man he evokes. They carry on to the reactor which lies just ahead, though only Cloud and Sephiroth are permitted entry inside, while Tifa must wait outside, guarded by the one surviving Shinra grunt. The inside of this reactor might seem familiar, and indeed that's because we've seen it before in the brief but troubling flashback just prior to Cloud planting the bomb at Reactor 5. The two progress further into the reactor into a large hall filled with rows of metal pods, though even more notably than that, a vault with the word Jenova painted all around it. Sephiroth identifies the malfunctioning component which Cloud fixes with the close of a valve, but then he takes a look at what's actually inside one of these tanks before again invoking the name of Professor Hojo and one Professor Gast. This moment scared the shit out of little old me when I was a kid, because what lurks in the tank was not something I expected to see. There's a monster in there, or perhaps monster isn't an accurate term, because that is actually a human who has been subject to intense immersion in Mako. Members of soldiers' bodies are infused with Mako as part of their training so as to increase their strength, a treatment that changes the colour of their eyes to a pale green. But for the people in these pods, the Mako exposure is far more excessive, and the architect behind it all is Professor Hojo. It's at this point that an extremely pivotal moment in the story abruptly happens, when Cloud innocently inquires after Sephiroth's origins, a question which causes his mind to snap with the dreadful realisation that he might have been produced through a similar process to what we see here in these pods. This would be why he'd always felt different from everyone else, and why he was born with such exceptional strength and skill in combat, far greater than any other Shinra combatant. At this moment, one of the pods in the upper row spontaneously bursts open, ejecting a shrieking Mako monstrosity onto the ground, and again, it's pretty messed up and disturbing, though the scene cuts away here before we can see what becomes of this freshly hatched abomination. We already had a good idea of what Shinra were capable of before, as per their actions at Sector 7, but here is where it's shown that they are involved with even darker activities, out of sight of the people of Midgar, here in this remote reactor, and the utterly unscrupulous Hojo is the main architect behind it all. Back in Nibelheim, Sephiroth shuts himself away in the large mansion overlooking the town, known as Shinra Mansion by the locals. He's nowhere to be found on the upper floors, but there's a false wall leading to a gloomy basement and a library, where we can see him obsessively poring over the reports kept down there, reports on the ancients and Jenova. Here it's revealed that Jenova isn't just Sephiroth's mother. She, or more accurately, it, was found in a 2,000-year-old geological stratum, having been discovered and named by the late Professor Gast, who was, by all accounts, a far superior scientist than his successor, Hojo. Although we don't exactly know how, Professor Gast came to the conclusion that Jenova was an ancient, though this does seem strange considering how bizarre Jenova looked when we saw it back in the Shinra building, whereas Aeris, another ancient, looks like a regular person. After Jenova was confirmed to be an ancient, the Jenova project began, where its very cells were injected into humans so as to produce biologically enhanced soldiers, and also to produce more Cetra, who will lead Shinra to the promised lands, where Mako is said to be more abundant than anywhere else on the planet. Thus, from what we saw at the reactor, and from what he gleaned from the reports down in the basement, Sephiroth has come to the conclusion that he is a biomutant, a freak, an experimental creation, the pet project of a handful of Shinra scientists who told him nothing of his true nature, and as a result of this revelation, he has vengeance on his mind. As the reports say, Jenova is supposedly a Cetra, a race we know very nearly went extinct, but the reason their numbers were decimated to such an extent is that 2,000 years ago they sacrificed themselves in order to protect the planet and the humans living there from some unspecified calamity from the skies. And this makes Sephiroth especially wrathful, because if Jenova is a Cetra and Jenova is his mother, then he too is a Cetra, one artificially produced by Dr. Gast, and so damn them all. Sephiroth ominously marches out of the mansion and into town, and to Cloud's complete horror the place is up in flames, with dead innocents littering the scorched ground, leading to this iconic shot of Sephiroth amidst the inferno, his face a picture of cold, murderous malevolence. Cloud follows him to the reactor, though as we see, Tifa is there already, hunched over the dead body of her father, another of Sephiroth's victims. Thus, although we know that Tifa does care about the good of the planet, we can also see here that a major part of her feelings against Shinra stem from this moment where her life was shattered at the hands of their greatest soldier, and in one of their reactors no less. Tifa grabs Sephiroth's long-bladed Masamune and charges him from behind, seeking revenge for her dead father and friends, but of course, she's no match for the legend, who takes his sword back and smites her with a savage slash down the steps, to which Cloud enters and carries her body to safety before entering Jenova's ominous chamber. Sephiroth tells his mother of his plan for them to travel to the Promised Land, where they can become the rulers of the planet as they were always destined to be, before he tears the strange angelic figure from its wiring, to reveal the true Jenova's specimen in all its ancient enigmatic glory. Cloud confronts Sephiroth over his mad, murderous rampage, though before we get to see the culmination of this confrontation, the scene cuts away back to the inn at Cannes. Cloud's memory of what happened after this point is gone. In fact, although it's not stated just yet, Cloud has no memory of anything from this point up until when Tifa found him lying dazed and confused in Sector 7. What he does know is that he surely couldn't have won the fight in terms of skill. This was vividly demonstrated in the battles from before, where Cloud's power isn't even 1/100th of Sephiroth's. Nonetheless, he did survive the incident and Sephiroth was reported to have died, though bear in mind that Shinra are the ones who run the news, so who knows what the actual truth of the matter was, especially seeing as how Sephiroth was spotted by Palmer in the Shinra building before killing the president with his Masamune. It's also unclear precisely how Tifa survived this incident after sustaining such a terrible wound, and nor does she really provide any additional details here at all, despite her having been present in most of what happened. Furthermore, even though Sephiroth was there for Jenova, we saw Sephiroth back at Shinra HQ, except without her head, making the facts and meaning of the Nibelheim incident all the more confusing. Thus, the team's mission is to search for Sephiroth so as to get some bloody answers, and to stop him from finding the Promised Land. And folks, I think that makes for a pretty good time to start talking about other things, at least for now. That whole chunk only actually makes up the first 20% of the game, and even though it might feel like you're a good bit into the game the first time you play FF7, we're not even close to finishing Disc 1. The plot does develop massively from here though, with Sephiroth becoming more of a threat, the Shinra becoming ever more a pain in the ass, and the planet becoming ever more in existential danger. I'm not going to cover every event from this point in the story onwards, but like I said, I will circle back to the plot towards the end of the video to discuss and analyse how it all turns out, and especially to get to the bottom of what truly happened 5 years ago, because although we can't know it yet, a major aspect of the story up until this point is deception. You might think you know who Cloud is, and what Jenova is, and what happened at Nibelheim, but you don't, and that's because most of what is told to you about the past is from Cloud's point of view. We don't really have any reason to doubt Cloud yet, because for all we know he was a member of Soldier First Class before leaving Shinra at some point, presumably shortly after the Nibelheim incident, at which point he became a mercenary for hire, eventually being reunited with Tifa, kicking off the events of Final Fantasy VII. But as the party gets closer to Sephiroth, the truth gradually gets revealed, and things are far from as they first seemed. Whoa. Before getting straight onto the gameplay, I do want to introduce and discuss the remaining characters still to join the team, those being Cait Sith and Cid, who are both mandatory, and Yuffie and Vincent, who are both optional, though you can get all of them long before the end of Disc 1. They're all a bit wacky or quirky for one reason or another, but Cait Sith is perhaps the wackiest, in that it's literally a toy cat standing atop a large stuffed Moogle which it controls with a megaphone. In fact, even though Cait Sith attacks enemies by pounding them with its arms, all its weapons are just differently coloured megaphones, and a trumpet in one case. Cait Sith is encountered over in the happiest place on the planet, the Gold Saucer, which happens to only be accessible from the most depressing place on the planet, Corneo, Barret's dilapidated old hometown. At first, Cait Sith seems to be some sort of strange autonomous fortune-telling toy thing, one who reads Cloud and Tifa's fortune before forcing itself inside Cloud's body. And just like that, Cait Sith is part of the crew, though as it later turns out, it is actually being controlled remotely by a Shinra employee, that being Reeve, the head of urban development and one of the only morally decent people to work for Shinra. You only find out Cait Sith is a spy a good bit after it first joins, but it's not until towards the end of Disc 2 that you discover that it's Reeve. The scene in question is actually really sloppily done though. It's supposed to show Reeve slipping up verbally when speaking to Scarlet and Heidegger, to which they realise that he's been feeding confidential information to our team, but it just doesn't translate well at all due to the lack of voice acting, plus the characters come out with some awkward lines here which makes it hard to keep track of what the hell's going on. Even though Reeve is the man behind the Moogle, Cait Sith still has some degree of autonomy where it exhibits its own personality rather than Reeve's, and can still move around the world in the absence of any controller. Next up we have Cid Highwind, who was himself once a member of Shinra, their finest engineer in fact. He designed the enormous airship over at Junin, which is even named after him. And by that I mean, it's called the Highwind. The airship's name isn't Cid. He also built a plane called the Tiny Bronco, which is sat in his backyard over in Rocket Town, though most notably of all, Cid is mad about rockets. I mentioned earlier that Palmer is Shinra's head of the Space and Aeronautics division, and indeed, although it was discontinued years ago, Shinra was funding a promising and exciting space program, creating prototype after prototype of rockets designed to go into outer space, culminating in the development of the Shinra No. 26, a rocket planned to be flown up and out of orbit and piloted by Cid. We see all this in a flashback upon first meeting Cid later on in Rocket Town, and yeah, this is one of those sequences that gets me every damn time where the tears start a-flowing. I can't help it. It's always the bloody music that gets me. Unfortunately, however, just before liftoff the launch was aborted due to Shera, an engineer, still being in the engine room because she was unsatisfied with the integrity of one of the oxygen tanks. Although she insisted the launch go ahead anyway, that she's fine with giving her life for the advancement of science, Cid aborts the mission at the last second to save her life. And again, by this point the tears are streaming down my face. Cid joins the party when Rufus later visits Rocket Town to borrow the Tiny Bronco to help the Shinra in their search for Sephiroth, prompting our team to hijack it for themselves, with Cid tagging along for the ride. He's a brilliant ball-buster of a character who swears even more than Barret, though his relationship with Shera is pretty uncomfortable. He's flat out verbally abusive to her, constantly shouting at her and calling her horrible names because although deep down he seems to love her, he's still bitter and resentful of her sabotaging the rocket launch. Yep, fair enough dude, but less of this sort of talk please, you damn grouch. Those are the characters that always join the team through the course of Disc 1. In fact, Cid later becomes the party leader for a while when Cloud is feeling a bit under the weather. But then you've got your optional characters who are just as popular as everyone else, if not more so. Recruiting Yuffie, or Yuffie as I used to call her, into your party is a very unconventional but amusing affair. Out on the world map, you'll sometimes find forested regions. There's a whole bunch of them, and the enemies you'll encounter in these regions will be totally different to what you'll see in the surrounding areas, but there's a chance you'll run into a mystery ninja. She's not difficult to beat, but after the battle you'll be greeted with something a bit different, but for the first time you get to engage in dialogue with the fallen foe. The thing is though, unless you know the exact dialogue options to pick, she will steal your stuff and then run off. If you try and save here, same thing happens. If you ask what her name is, when the screen disappears, she's gone. Got to choose, not interested, petrified, wait a second, that's right, and let's hurry. You might think, well, how the hell are you supposed to know all that? But the idea is obviously that you will inevitably mess it up, but get a bit further each time you encounter her, up until you can deduce the correct sequence. Final Fantasy VII has a great sense of humour. Seriously, it's filled with proper laugh out loud moments, but Yuffie has got to be the funniest character in the game. It's a tragedy that lots of people will play through the game and not even know you can recruit her. Her deceptive ninjutsu techniques do not end when you recruit her either. She's constantly trying to divorce you of your materia. In fact, at one point she even tries to coerce Cloud into signing a legal contract which states that after their whole mission is complete, he'll pass on all his materia onto her, and it's hilarious. If you visit Wutai to the far west, a completely optional level by the way, Yuffie actually does steal all your materia, kicking off a brilliant side quest which also involves the Turks, and a final appearance from Don Corneo. For as much of a comic relief character as Yuffie is, there is certainly some depth to her too, and all her thieving proclivities stem from a desire to raise her hometown of Wutai back to its former glory, after it was defeated by Shinra during the Wutai War. Lastly, we have Vincent Valentine. I won't get deep into the truth of the whole Nibelheim incident just yet, but the party does later travel to the same Shinra mansion that we saw in Cloud's recollection. There's a safe upstairs which can be opened with a combination found by following the clues provided on a note located downstairs, and in this safe is a bizarre monster called the Lost Number, who upon being defeated drops the Odin summon materia, Red 13's level 4 limit break for some reason, and the key to the basement, and through the door that this key unlocks lies a coffin, within which rests the vampiric Vincent Valentine. Vincent is sullen, gloomy and mysterious, but he knows something of Sephiroth and is familiar with the Jenova project. In fact, he was there for its genesis all those years ago. Despite that, Vincent refrains from divulging any details about it to our team, and nor does he join the party here. Pardon me, Barrett? Just a bit further on, literally in the next room to where Vincent is snoozing in his dumb coffin, the team actually encounters Sephiroth in the same library where he so feverishly pored over all those reports on the Cetra before burning the town to the ground. He makes a comment here about Jenova being the calamity from the skies, a familiar phrase, being what Sephiroth himself referenced the last time we saw him here, though before he stated that Jenova was one of the Cetra who saved the world from some outer calamity, not that Jenova itself was the calamity. Sephiroth quite literally just flies away to his next destination here, though when we try to leave we are stopped by Vincent, who asks if he'll get to see Hojo if he joins the party, to which the answer is yes, and boom, Vincent is part of the crew. I mentioned earlier that he was actually a Turk, but you only see this in an optional flashback sequence much further on, where it's shown that Hojo himself was the one who murdered Vincent around 30 years ago, before tampering with his body to transform him into the pseudo-vampiric being that he now is, with all the strange and beastly superhuman powers that entails. And that is some of Final Fantasy VII's story and characters, but folks, there's a hell of a lot more to this game than just its story, as complex, compelling and entertaining as it is. This game can be kind of off-putting for some at first glance, especially for the kids these days with all their fancy graphics and their MP3 players and their frisbees and such. But even back in the day, some folk thought it looked and played a bit shit, at least at first glance. I loved FF7 as a kid, but I could not for love nor money get my friends at school to like it. Instead they all just laughed and then chased me around the playground with sticks. Of course, outside of the world map and battles, all the backgrounds are pre-rendered. This means that while many environments look downright stunning, that being the advantage of pre-rendered backgrounds, to achieve levels of detail which the game isn't powerful enough to render in real time, it could also result in a sense of visual incongruence when you compare these super detailed levels with the ridiculous Lego looking models sprinting through them. In fact, unless I'm mistaken, I believe most of the environments you pass through are essentially 2D images, where there's simply the illusion of 3D travel via clever manipulation of your model's size as they move along it. Though there are a few occasions in the game where you can actually move your character around during a pre-rendered cutscene, and while it does look a wee bit goofy today, stuff like this blew my mind when I was younger, even banal parts like this elevator in Junin. I love it. This all works well enough for the most part, but there are a few spots where it doesn't so much, where Cloud's size just looks wrong in relation to his environment, appearing either too big or too small, or where even though you're running full pelt, Cloud seems to move way more slowly than he should, as if the mechanics haven't quite been calibrated with the scale of the background. There are also some levels which look great but which can feel a bit more difficult to navigate through than they perhaps should, like when it's not visually clear that you can climb up or down an object, or sometimes you'll see what looks like a passageway or door, except you just can't go through it, or you can pass beyond it but there's nothing there. Cloud just disappears from view until you retreat back out. It sometimes seems as though Squaresoft generated certain backgrounds and then realised some parts were superfluous to the overall design of the levels they were for, but said, screw it, just leave it in anyway and remove the actual transition zones. The level that has always given me the most trouble is Mount Nibel, some parts of which can be quite confusing to get through. It's sometimes difficult to tell visually what is and isn't a potential path for Cloud to travel along, meaning I instead have to haphazardly try moving forward in different directions at random to see where I can actually go. Another example of the movement not feeling as smooth as would be ideal occurs just before a particularly significant story event at the end of Disc 1, requiring you to descend down a crystal blue staircase and then move onwards to a central platform surrounded by water via a series of jumps, like so. I'll be with you in a minute, love, just hang tight. I know it looks like I was deliberately doing this, but I wasn't. This happens on every playthrough. I'm not the kind to make a mountain out of a molehill though, because honestly this stuff really isn't even close to being a major issue. More like a few mildly irritating quirks from a 25-year-old game. And furthermore, it's clear that Squaresoft realised certain environments felt a wee bit awkward to navigate through, which is why they allow you to toggle on icons to display the position of your character, all climbable or jumpable sections, and all transition zones, which is nice. Awkwardness and clunk aside though, the game's levels generally are a joy to move through, in many cases due to how vibrant and varied they look, but often also because of how enjoyably designed they are too, requiring thoughtful navigation and rewarding you greatly for exploration with new items, equipment and materia. The designs certainly aren't always straightforward and obvious either, and even though I finished FF7 I don't know how many times, there were certain items I picked up on this playthrough that I'd never managed to get before, like the ribbon from the Temple of the Ancients, the all materia from the aforementioned coupon room in Shinra HQ, and Cloud's apocalypse weapon over in the ancient forest. An optional level which really is just one long puzzle. I usually just grab the Typhon summon and then leave. Much the same can be said of the seemingly MC Escher inspired Temple of the Ancients, and the Cave of the Gi also requires you to use the old noggin to get all its treasures. Watch out for spiders. The North Cave in particular is massive and even features branching paths which lead to completely different sorts of environments, treasures and challenges. Sometimes you can return back to earlier levels to pick up whatever you missed, but there are also a bunch of places that, for one reason or another, you can never go back to after clearing them. That's right, there are many missable items in FF7. I mentioned the enemy skill materia from back in Shinra HQ, but then there's stuff like Barrett's ultimate weapon, the missing score, which will forever remain missing unless you pick it up in Midgar at the end of Disc 2. Same with several summon materia like Ifrit, Ramuh, Bahamut and Neo Bahamut. Then there's the ribbon accessory from the Temple of the Ancients, and the added effect materia from the Cave of the Gi, and a bunch of other fun stuff too. It pays to explore thoroughly, and it can sting if you don't. Some levels are fairly linear, others branch off more with optional zones and alternate paths, while some are very large indeed, like the Great Glacier from Disc 2, an expansive tundra which you primarily navigate through with the use of a reference map, working out your position in the level based on which landmark you're at so as to figure out the way forward, or towards other interesting landmarks which might harbour rare items. I earlier mentioned Shinra HQ as being a non-stop thrill ride of pleasure and good times, and yeah, it's big and brilliantly paced with great battles and tremendous variety. But my personal favourite level in the entire game has to be Gaia's Cliff, just between the Great Glacier and the Whirlwind Maze. The Great Glacier is very white and snowy, with some parts of it even being subject to disorienting blizzards, but Gaia's Cliff has you transitioning in and out of these stunning blue crystalline ice caves. Can't just barrel through here either, got to push this boulder down to clear the way forward, scale the icy cliffs cliff by cliff by cliff, making sure to warm yourself up along the way, otherwise Cloud will literally just pass out and return back to the beginning. Enter back into the caves at a higher level, transition back out and around to a higher level still, watch out for Malboros, and do battle with a series of enormous sentient icicles to topple them down to the level below to provide a path onwards through the caves. You only need the first 3 icicles to drop here, but if you hold your nerve and fell the 4th, you can pick up a Mega Elixir from the chest at the end, and access the speed source from the chest down below. Folks, I love this shit. I love all the levels. They aren't just bland, time-wasting, boring, battle-laden dungeons to trudge through, they are flavourful, meaningful journeys through visually appealing and mechanically engaging environments, be they natural, artificial, or ancient. The actual town sections are also bursting with character, and different flavours of character too, from the blue Bavarian chill of Kam, to the militaristic grandeur of Junin, to the mountainous Japanese-inspired spice of Wutai, all the way to my personal favourite, Icicle Village, over on the northern continent. Seriously, this place is just a joy to be in. It's serene, pleasant and somehow warm, despite it being situated in the frigid north. Towns function pretty much how you'd expect from an RPG, featuring lots of NPCs to chat with, homes to explore and blatantly burgle, and shops to buy new equipment, items and materia from. Although there are no random battles or such in town, they're just as enjoyable to explore as the more hostile and exciting regions of the game, and are great for taking in additional context on different major events throughout the story, with NPCs changing up their dialogue from time to time to comment on Avalanche, the Shinra, or say, the massive world-threatening meteor that gets summoned about 2/3 of the way into the game. Did I mention that? NPCs can also give you valuable information on where the hell you're supposed to go next, especially useful once you get to the world map. Thus, whenever you happen to be in the neighbourhood of some old settlement that you haven't visited in a while, it's always worth popping back in again to see what the word around town is. My favourite example of this is how the game lets you return back to Sector 5 and 6 slums in Midgar after excavating the key from Bone Village, for cool new stuff to find and buy, new dialogue, and a brief but poignant glimpse of a fallen friend, tending to her flowers. Of course, we also have the world map, accessible directly after the Shinra Showdown in Midgar, and here navigation works differently, with far larger and more open layouts, with the graphics transitioning from pre-rendered to full 3D. Looks far rougher and less detailed compared to your pre-rendered stuff for sure, and an aspect that I've always found pretty jarring is the short draw distance. Far off continents and islands don't so much gradually come into view as abruptly pop into existence, but nah, it's fine. And it does all become fully explorable as long as you have the right means of transportation. Mind you, that doesn't mean you can all of a sudden go any place you want, though you can get a look at the location of near every level on the world map's, map. To start off with, you'll be travelling around on foot, and as such you can only really access a couple of nearby locations here on the eastern continent, those being Calm and the Chocobo farm. And speaking of Chocobos, they will be your first taste of enhanced traversal, with one being required to cross the giant serpent-infested marsh to the cave linking the northern region of the continent to the southern, where Junin and Fort Condor are located. Or at least you're supposed to use a Chocobo, allowing for the speed needed to outrun the enormous Midgar Zolom, which you are quite unlikely to be strong enough to beat just yet. It certainly can be done, but just bear in mind that another one will instantly replace it, so don't hang around, you hear? But if you've not got the stomach for such a frightening fight with this super-sized serpent, you can just run forward a wee bit, go to the menu, save, then load your game, which resets the serpent's position every time, meaning you can simply repeat these steps up until you've made it all the way to the cave at the other side, though even this isn't strictly necessary. This dude here just waited for the right time and booked it across with no save load tomfoolery. Mind you, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it, because Chocobos are fun and cute, and there's a whole late game side quest involving them which I'll discuss in more detail later on. This brief Chocobo journey is just the first taste of enhanced world map travel, with more methods becoming available as the game goes on. Somewhat later you'll get gifted the buggy by a half-naked man named Dio, which allows you to cross shallow rivers, though you're still subject to random encounters during such travel. Later still you get to ride Cid's tiny Bronco, however even though it is a plane, it gets shot down and damaged by Shinra gunners during the party's escape from Rocket Town, and so disappointingly it can only be used as a boat of sorts to travel across shallow waters near continents, allowing for a somewhat convenient method of travelling from continent to continent and opening up brand new locations to explore like Bone Village, Wu Tai and the Temple of the Ancients. During the explosive events at Junin on Disc 2, however, the party hijacks the airship, Highwind, allowing you to travel the skies anywhere across the planet, though because the Highwind can only land on grass, not every ground location is accessible just yet. But it doesn't even end there, because a good bit of the way into Disc 2 the party once again returns back to Junin, but instead of taking to the skies they descend deep below the waves to the underwater reactor where they hijack a submarine. I remember being amazed by this back on my very first playthrough, because I assumed you'd get the airship and then that's that. But no, turns out there's still a whole new blue space to explore with a killer soundtrack too. Thus, the extent to which the world becomes explorable is very satisfying. It opens up bit by bit, up until the point where you can go pretty much anywhere you want at any time. For as much as I love them, always made me a bit disappointed with the Final Fantasy games on the PS2 which ditched actual airship travel in favour of menus. Because flying around is fun, actually exploring the world and figuring out where to go next, and coming across optional levels and stuff, as opposed to just
Yeehaw! Here we go!
But folks, come on, we know what we like. Fighting, the combat. Sure, I was intrigued by FF7's fancy introduction, especially with how smoothly it transitioned from an FMV into actual gameplay with Cloud handstanding over the train. But when I became truly aroused was when the first battle kicked off. Hell, it was nothing complicated or anything, just a fight against a couple of uniformed grunts, but goddamn did it look good. I mentioned earlier that FF7 was my first experience to an RPG with turn-based combat and such, but I took to it straight away, as different as it certainly was to what I usually played. I didn't mind that I couldn't actually move or dodge or anything like other games let you do, because it looked incredible and it felt incredibly satisfying, from Cloud's basic sword attack to the ice and bolt spells he starts off with. And the same went for Barret with his long-ranged gun arm, and I was especially dazzled by the extra flashy, effective and cathartic limit breaks, Cloud with his Braver and Barret with his simply but aptly named Big Shot. For as enjoyable as it was though, FF7's combat system was far from revolutionary. In fact, at its core it's really quite simple. Each party member has an ATB gauge, which stands for Action Time Battle, and this accumulates over time, letting you select an action when full. The most basic actions which any party member can use are Attack, where they strike out with their equipped weapon, Item, which is pretty self-explanatory, Defend, which cuts all physical damage by 50% for a turn, or Change, which switches the party member from the front row to the back or vice versa. By default, the ATB gauge pauses during battle animations before continuing to fill up once the animation is over, and the same goes for enemies, who also have ATB gauges but which are hidden from the player's view. You can go into the config menu and tweak things more to your liking. You can make it so that all ATB gauges are constantly filling up even during animations, increasing the pace of battle greatly. Or make it so that all the action stops whilst you're considering your next action, slowing the pace greatly, making things effectively play out more like, say, FF10's battle system, where turn order and frequency is based purely on your party members' agility stats, rather than how fast you are at selecting actions under pressure. Changing a party member's formation from front row to back means they'll take half damage from physical attacks, but it also means they'll inflict half damage from physical attacks. Though if they're more magic oriented with poor physical offense anyway, like Aerith, then there's really no disadvantage to doing this. Same if they have access to long range weapons, like Barret, Vincent and Yuffie do by default. To the left of the ATB gauge, each party member also has a limit gauge which accumulates as they take damage, and upon filling it up the ATB gauge will zip to completion far faster than normal, allowing for a particularly powerful special attack that always takes turn priority. It doesn't matter how many of yours or the enemy's attacks are queued up, limit breaks always come out first. And honestly, that's pretty much FF7's battle system. Now of course, there is loads more to discuss, but the core mechanics are not complex. There's a ton of depth and potential for customization, but minimal core complexity, making the combat feel instantly approachable and enjoyable. By the by, I know I haven't spoken about the elephant in the room yet, that being the Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I was one of those who were very disappointed when I found out they were ditching turn-based combat for it. That was when I realised that they weren't remaking FF7 at all, they were just making a different game for a new generation. It's increasingly common these days for people to state that turn-based combat is outdated, something to be thrown to the scrap heap in favour of more action-oriented combat systems. But, I don't know, have you played FF7? FF10? Darkest Dungeon? Fear and Hunger 2? Slay the Spire? They're pretty good, dude. I didn't hate the remake or anything, by the way, it was fine, I guess, and it was wildly popular, though I have noticed that a not insignificant portion of its fanbase is often all too eager to shit all over the original game whenever they get the chance, whereas as far as I'm concerned, the original is 10 times the game the remake is, in every respect except for graphics. You start out fighting your basic Shinra grunts, but this game isn't slow at all and giving you way more interesting enemies to fight. Techno-enhanced combatants and strange robots who throw out beams, rockets and lasers. Though I guess it's the first boss, the guard Scorpion, that gives you your first proper burst of flavour. Funnily enough, however, this encounter tripped a lot of people up with how clumsily the game attempts to guide you into the intended strategy. The guard Scorpion really isn't all that much of a threat with its basic attacks. It can use rifle or scorpion tail, but those are just single target moves and don't do that much damage. It can also throw out Search Scope, which is a move I never quite understood, so I decided to look up exactly what it does, and turns out it simply indicates which party member it's going to attack next, and nothing else. Fine. The clumsiness comes when the boss raises its tail, prompting a dialogue boss from Cloud to appear, saying, "Barret, be careful, attack while its tail's up!" It's going to counter-attack with its laser. Now, the sensible course of action upon seeing this is clearly to attack. Most folk would assume that doing so might prevent the boss from using its dreaded tail laser. And so you attack, and get hit with the tail laser. Ow. How this dialogue is supposed to be interpreted is, "Barret, be careful, attack while its tail's up, it's going to counter-attack with its laser." Except they blew it. For as simple as the combat is, there's a truly impressive degree of variety and uniqueness to individual encounters, and this is one of the many things that I think massively sets FF7 apart from most RPGs. Those special loving touches, all the cool surprises and interesting ideas and weird shit. Lots of strange humanoids, monsters and robots where you don't quite understand what you're looking at or what its lore explanation is, or if it even has a lore explanation, which lots of the game's enemies kinda don't as far as I can tell. I think for lots of monsters, Squaresoft just let their artists go crazy to come up with the trippiest designs they could think of, and I'm glad they did, because it meant we got to fight stuff like the Giga PS, Baba Valamyu, Christopher and Gigi, The Ghost Ship, Brain Pod, Dorky Face, The Hell House, a classic, whatever the hell all these things are in the Guernica, the Roulette Cannon, the X Cannon, and a classic example that I've always been fascinated by, Yin and Yang, found down in the basement of Nibelheim Mansion. Yin and Yang are essentially two different enemy entities affixed to the same body, with Yin having excellent defense and physical damage output, whilst Yang specialises in powerful magic with excellent magic defense. A similar idea is also partially present in the Schizo Twins boss at the end of Gaia's Cliff. Even after one of the twins here are defeated, the other will live on, though Yang is the more dangerous, not to mention creepy of the two. Whenever you attack him, or it, physically, it will perform this gross, lingering, flopping animation, accompanied by a dialogue box saying, Yang's happy, and if you hit it with magic, you'll get Yang's excited, ugh. Each of which increases its attack, and magic stats, respectively. It's weird, it's cool, it's unique, it's interesting, it's threatening, and it's all just in this random encounter that you may or may not run into down here, and it nicely ties into the theme of the area too. We know that this mansion's basement is where certain abhorrent experiments were performed, of which we can assume that Yin and Yang may have been subject to at the hands of Professor Gast, or more likely, Hojo. There are lots of other examples of quirky encounters too, like the gargoyles in the North Cave who start the battle immobile before coming to life upon being attacked. Giro Felgo in the upper levels of Shinra Mansion who has a 1 in 8 chance of falling off the chain he's swinging on when hit. Grangalang Jr. over near Coral on the world map, which exhibits a Russian doll design, a Russian egg design, spilling out a Grangalang Jr., which then spills out 3 Garangalang Juniors. Then there's the Roulette Cannon, which can't actually attack you directly, but which will counter-attack with this awesome animation every time you attack it. Those are just a few examples. Unique mechanics and quirks like these are a joy to engage with, even if they don't add a substantial level of difficulty to given encounters, because it always makes me excited to see a new enemy, to see what weird behaviour it's going to exhibit, and what unique attack animations it has. There are a ton of enemies in this game too, by the way. They went hard with the variety, and although you do get some copies of previous designs where they return later on simply with different colour palettes, stats and abilities, these are more the exception than the norm. There's a lot of unique creatures which appear in specific levels or regions and nowhere else. In fact, even after 2.5 decades of me playing FF7, I still come across monsters that I did not know existed. Like these things. They're called kill bins, they're found in the Whirlwind Maze and I'd never seen them before. Same with the Baba Valamyu, which are unique to the forests of the Nibel area, though apparently they can appear in the battle square too. Lots of creatures and bosses have strange names as well, though I assume translation errors and inaccuracies were a common cause of this. Honestly though, rather than that being a negative for me, I think it just makes some enemies come across as more enigmatic and interesting, and sometimes even a bit funny, like these frogs which are called Touch Me. I'd rather not touch you, Mr. Frog, please leave me be. The bosses are where things tend to get really spicy though, and tricky in some cases. I highlighted the guard Scorpion, but that's basic bitch shit. How about the Lost Number, which starts off bimorphic with both magic and physical moves at its disposal, before transforming into one of 2 possible forms once half its health is gone, depending on whether your last attack dealt physical or magic damage. How about Bottom Swell, who can only be attacked by party members with long-ranged weapons, and which can cover your crew in HP draining spheres, which also freezes their ATP gauges. This is the only enemy in the game that can throw out this status effect. The carry armour has traditionally been a real bastard for me and many others due to its use of one of the game's most brutal attacks, Lapis Laser. Plus, it can use arm grab on up to 2 party members to temporarily remove them from commission until the arms are defeated, though damaging said arm will also deal percentage based damage to the party member being held by it, so you've got that to consider too when attacking it. One of the final bosses, Bizarro Sephiroth, is intended to act as a sort of puzzle, with different sets of your party members responsible for taking out different sections of its body, and like I said, it's all very spicy. FF7 is not a bland dish. Pretty much any boss that might give you trouble though is guaranteed to have at least one major weakness. I mean, the carry armor's lapis laser might be obliterating you every time it's thrown out, which can be multiple times in a row by the way, but if you've learned the magic hammer enemy skill, you can reduce its MP down to nothing, rendering it barely a threat at all. Or take Gi Natak, which wrecked me time and time again the first time I played through the game, especially irritating considering there's no save point before the boss. You got to play through the whole cave section every time you die. But if you equip someone with that fire ring you found down in the basement in Costa del Sol, they're going to be just about invincible due to most of the boss's attacks being fire based. Or you could just chuck an X potion or Phoenix down at it for a one-hit KO because it's an undead entity, just like the Ghost Ship, Dragon Zombie, Brain Pod and more. Jenova Life was another boss that seemed way too hard the first few times I tried it, but if you've got the water ring it's free real estate. Same if you link up some elemental materia with the Leviathan materia on someone's armour, allowing you to absorb all of Jenova's attacks. Honestly though, by and large I'd say FF7 is an easy game. In fact, for as much as I love it, I think it's a bit too easy. Excluding the game's two optional super bosses who weren't even in the original Japanese version of the game by the way, nothing's really a struggle. I never feel that I have to strain to beat anything. In fact, on this playthrough in particular, I sometimes felt that I had to hold back on certain bosses, otherwise they'd simply go down too quickly for me to enjoy them. Mind you, I definitely do remember struggling much more when I used to play the game as a kid, but that's because there was a ton about it that I didn't know or understand very well, and because I was not taking full advantage of one of its most enjoyable features, the Materia System. Just like most Final Fantasy games, you've still got your basic leveling system here, from 1 to 99 if you feel like grinding that high, though you probably shouldn't because you really don't need to. Nothing in FF7 actually necessitates maxing out your stats. But although leveling up increases your HP and MP and primary stats, those being strength, dexterity, vitality, magic, spirit and luck, that's not how new abilities are learned. In a few of your more retro Final Fantasy games, you had variations of the job system, where characters could pick from a set of specialised archetypes so as to take on specific roles in combat, allowing them to unlock new spells and skills and such, the more time they spent levelling up that job. Then you had FF6, where abilities were largely tied to specific characters, as opposed to them having switchable jobs. Future Final Fantasy games would get more technical, flashy and intricate with their upgrade systems, with a personal favourite of mine being FF10's Sphere Grid, which I absolutely love playing around with, although admittedly it's not actually as complex or complicated as it first looks. FF12's license board is also good fun, though that game would go on to get its own job system which was not present in the original version, which simply had one massive board used by every party member, meaning you could effectively have every character with identical capabilities in battle. FF13 would go on to feature the Crystarium, which was a much flashier but more streamlined version of the Sphere Grid, featuring less stats to worry about, and it was okay I guess. As for FF15, I don't know, who cares? And I haven't played FF16 yet, though I did enjoy the demo. Final Fantasy VII however had Materia, a system which is very simple on its surface, but which offers tremendous depth and customizability for your team. Materia can be purchased at shops, with later game shops having more powerful and exotic materia for sale, though in many cases, especially for all the best materia, you'll simply find it out in the world, or be rewarded with it as part of quests, or in one case, after scratching a cute wee chocobo behind the ears and feeding it some delicious greens. Once a piece of materia is found, it can simply be slotted onto either someone's armour or their weapons. You can also equip accessories on people, but accessories are only for providing immunities, resistances or stat buffs. Can't put materia in them. Once some has been slotted onto someone's equipment, hey, they're good to go, though bear in mind that most materia comes with stat buffs and debuffs. For example, equipping something basic like fire gives them plus 2% max MP and plus 1 to magic, but minus 2% max HP and minus 1 strength. But on the other end of the spectrum you have Ultima, the most powerful magic materia in the game, which gives plus 10% MP, plus 4 magic and plus 2 magic defense, but minus 10% HP, minus 4 strength and minus 2 vitality. One such piece of materia on a party member doesn't have a massive impact, but slot a bunch of pieces in and you're looking at very meaningful stat differences for the privilege of having some magic or summons at your disposal. Thus, it's not a good idea to fill your equipment with as much materia as possible. There are trade-offs. Best to only equip what you need, though in the case of independent materia like HP+, Luck+, Magic+, etc, these don't have any downsides. They're just there to significantly buff your stats, and so if anybody has any free slots, there's zero reason not to make use of them in some way. Honestly though, as far as the stat downsides and upsides go, even though it kinda seems like the idea is that you have different party members take on different roles, it's not really necessary. You could have yourself a tank with a focus on high physical damage output and solid defense, with little concern for exotic magics and grand summons, and then a mage type member, primarily there for healing, buffs and AoE magic attacks, and then perhaps a third member who does a bit of both with an extra focus on abilities like steal, manipulate, morph, etc. But I tend to just kinda spread everything out a bit, so that no one party member's HP and primary stats get too crippled with an overabundance of magic and summon materia. All just depends on your own preference and playstyle really, because like I said, the general difficulty of the game just doesn't require any real degree of optimality. Optimality is an unnecessary extravagance in FF7, but the potential certainly is there, and it can be a lot of fun aiming for it. There's more to materia than just stats though, and that's where the combinations come into play. An obvious combination, and the first most people will try out, is combining the all support materia with some magic, enabling a single target spell to hit every enemy on the field at the cost of reducing its damage output by 2/3. Super useful, especially early on when you'll have limited access to moves that can hit everything on the field at once, and it's especially useful for group heals. That's just the tip of the iceberg though, because then you have, say, the elemental support materia, which you can link with magic or summon materia of your choice to make a party member immune to its associated element, or you could link stuff up with the added effect materia to make someone immune to a particular status effect. Having trouble with frogs, and you don't have any white cape accessories on hand? Link added effect with the transform materia, making you immune to both frog and mini. Keep getting confused by the unknown 2's abnormal breath and you don't have any peace rings? Link added effect with the mystify materia and you are good to go. Or, better yet, and this is something massive that I used to be completely ignorant of, and then I learned about it and was amazed before completely forgetting about it for the entirety of my latest playthrough before remembering it again directly after, you can switch it around, so that instead of having immunity to particular elements or status effects, you inflict them with your attacks. And this effect depends on whether you've got linked materia equipped to your armour, in which case you get protection, or on your weapons, in which case you benefit offensively. For example, the Contain materia gives you access to some of the most powerful spells in the game, those being Freeze, Break, Tornado and Flare, the latter of which actually deals more damage than Ultimate, though it is fire based and it's a single target spell rather than being AoE like Ultimate is. I tried linking Contain up to added effect, meaning that whenever I attacked an enemy there was a small chance to inflict Petrify, Stop or Confusion, and it was insanely effective. I was just flat out petrifying some enemies with a single hit. However, at several points throughout the story the game forces you to switch around characters, even your party leader in a few cases, meaning you've got to fanny around rearranging your materia from character to character, and even though I linked Contain with added effect again, it suddenly didn't seem to do anything anymore when I was attacking stuff, and I couldn't figure out why. Well, yeah, it's cause this time I had it slotted not onto someone's weapon but their armour, giving them enhanced defense rather than offense. Though I think the added effect and elemental support materia are the only ones in the game where their effect differs depending on where they're equipped. You've also got stuff like MP Turbo, which increases the attack power of any linked magic or summon materia, Counter, which gives you a chance to retaliate with linked command materia like Deathblow, Steal and Manipulate, Final Attack, which lets a party member let off a final attack when they get KO'd, ideal for linking with life materia so that they will simply revive themselves, or better yet, the Phoenix Summon materia, which will deal a bit of fire damage to all enemies and revive every party member. Then there's Quadra Magic, which halves the damage output of linked magic or summon materia, but casts it 4 times in succession. You can even double this up if you initiate it with the W Magic command, which lets you cast magic twice, allowing for 8 casts per turn. A lot of this stuff is completely overpowered, but it's still great fun and it's always worth experimenting with to see if some outrageous combo you've thought of will actually work, because maybe it just will. Speaking of overpowered, I think without a doubt the most ridiculous materia in the game is Mime. It's super late game, end game in fact, and only accessible if you've put in the work to breed yourself a gold chocobo. But it's honestly ridiculous. Simple but ridiculous. In fact, its simplicity is what makes it so powerful. If someone performs an action, for example W Magic with Ultima, which they might have linked up with Quadra Magic for a total of 8 casts, if you select Mime with another party member directly after, they get to repeat that last action for free. Furthermore, you can have someone mime their last mime, meaning you can initiate an attack and then repeat it as many times as you want with a succession of mimes for no additional MP cost. Sadly, one party member cannot mime someone else's limit break, but a character can mime their own limit break, and I just love how you're allowed to do all this. Where things get absolutely positively bananas though, is if you get a hold of a whole bunch of copies of Mime, something that will take a long time by the way, link it with a whole bunch of mastered counter materia, and then have that party member perform an action of your choice. If they then get attacked, they will counter with that last move they performed for every linked set of Mime plus counter, meaning they can unleash multiple consecutive death blows, steals, 4x cuts, etc., depending on what the initial command was. I've never done this myself because getting hold of multiple copies of Mime requires a lot of grinding, but got to give a shout out to 48 Productions who has done it. Seriously, this channel is awesome, filled with interesting and entertaining videos on the many secrets, glitches and oddities found in Final Fantasy VII, some of which are still being uncovered today. I've always found the absurd variety of materia types and the depth and intricacy of the Materia System to be incredibly rich. I remember when I was around 11 or 12 where I had been powering through FF7, doing all the endgame content and collecting all the rare weapons and elite materia, and I invited over my friend to essentially show off the game to him. I'd let him borrow it previously, but he never even made it an hour in before he just threw it in the towel because he thought it was lame and shit. Well, we'll see about that, I said. I got him over, booted up the game and showed him Quadra Magic and W Summon and Cid's level 4 Limit Break and Ruby Weapon flailing around in the Coral Desert and Cloud's ultimate weapon and my precious gold Chocobo, thinking this'll get him. He's going to see all this cool stuff and become my FF7 friend. But it didn't take. He didn't give a crap. He's still the man though, shout out Ryan, if you're watching. Oh, who am I kidding, he's not watching. Screw you, Ryan. Neat tricks and combos aside though, the simplest way to get truly spectacular in battles is with summons. Special red coloured materia which are always found rather than purchased. Each one is unique though technically you can get multiple copies of each, again it just takes a lot of grinding. First kind most folk will get is Chocobo, which you hilariously get by watching a group of Chocobos dance for a full 40 seconds. Don't quite understand what's happening here but I like it, I enjoy watching them dance. Plus, Chocobo is one of only 2 of the game's 16 summons to have 2 completely different potential animations, though unlike the Odin summon where the ensuing attack differs in nature depending on whether you're fighting an enemy with instant death immunity, there's a flat 1 in 16 chance for Chocobo to result in Fat Chocobo, or more commonly the slightly weaker death blow move. You've got lots of Final Fantasy classics here like Shiva, Ifrit and Alexander, and there are 3 different iterations of Bahamut, the first of which lets off Mega Flare, followed by Neo Bahamut for the Giga Flare, then finally Bahamut Zero, unleashing the Terra Flare. I love how each one gets grander in scale too, featuring bigger, more spectacular dragons with increasingly destructive blasts emitted from higher and higher above the surface of the planet. Mega Flare is already awesome, but then things get all cosmic and it's extremely cool and powerful too. The pace at which the game gives you new summon materia is a bit dizzying though. You get absolutely nothing throughout the whole of Midgar, before getting more summons than you know what to do with upon reaching the world map. And sadly they do quickly become irrelevant due to their damage output not scaling well as your characters get stronger, especially when you take their high MP cost into account, not to mention the length of the actual animations. Now, don't get me wrong, these summon sequences get absolutely wild and very fantastical, featuring enormous mythical, mystical creatures throwing out all manner of assorted elemental calamities, but they can drag a wee bit after you've seen them for the 100th bloody time. And they can't be skipped or shortened like you could with the Aeon sequences in FF10. The likes of Alexander, Kujata and Bahamut Zero are fairly lengthy, but where it takes the piss is of course the Knights of the Round, the only summon in the game which hits enemies multiple times, 13 times to be precise, making it by far the most powerful summon in the game. But the catch is that it lasts nearly a minute and a half every time you use it. Even some of your weaker summons still do have their place though, especially with them corresponding to different elements and such. For example, excluding enemy exclusive abilities, the Choco Mog summon I mentioned is one of only 2 wind elemental attacks in the entire game, with the other being Tornado, which isn't even obtainable until halfway through Disc 2. There is Typhoon, or should I say Typhon, but funnily enough, even though that's classed as wind materia, it doesn't deal wind damage at all when used. The Alexander summon is also the only move in the game which deals holy damage, though you can link it up with elemental materia on someone's weapon so that they deal holy damage with every hit. Even cooler feature of summons though is that they can be paired up with added effect for some surprising effects. For example, link Odin plus added effect and slot it onto your weapon, and you've got a 20% chance of causing instant death on attack, though the undisputed king of all this is Hades. Link Hades up with added effect on your weapon and you've got a chance to inflict confusion, frog, small, slow, silence, poison, paralysis and sleep with every hit. Or if you don't have a ribbon yet, slot the same combo onto your armour for protection against these status effects. This can be really handy for the battle square in particular. Another combo I only just found out about at the time of writing is combining steal as well with Knights of the Round, giving you a chance to steal from every enemy 13 times. Don't sleep on steal by the way, you can get lots of crazy good equipment from many enemies and even some bosses. I'm talking some of the best armour in the game and really rare weapons. Probably the single most satisfying aspect of Materia, however, is growth. At first, it's easy not to pay attention or even be aware of this because you won't be seeing much growth at all in the early game, simply because enemies barely even give you any AP to start off with. Once you get out onto the world map though, and once you start taking down more formidable bosses, you start getting decent AP rewards and your materia starts leveling up, making it more effective. The nature of this increased effectiveness differs depending on the class of materia too. If it's an independent type like HP+, then it'll go from increasing your max HP by 10%, then 20% and so on up to 50% for each level gained. But if it's say Fire, leveling it up will allow you to use the more powerful Fire 2 in battle, followed by Fire 3, and this is the way it works with all other elemental magic too, the strongest of which happens to be Quake 3 by the way. As for summons, they start off as single use, but leveling them up allows you to use them more than once in battle, up to a max of 5 times. I earlier mentioned how useful the final attack plus Phoenix combo is, but if both pieces of materia are mastered, your team can be extremely hard to kill, as long as they've got enough MP. And mastering, ladies and gentlemen, really is the cherry on top of the delicious materia cake. Leveling up your magic and summons and such is great fun and all, gradually getting you access to more interesting and powerful abilities and more outrageous stat buffs, but level a piece of materia all the way up to full and it becomes mastered, which means 2 things. 1, a brand new copy of that materia gets generated, which is the only way to get multiple copies of a lot of the best materia, and 2, it can become very, very valuable. The classic example of this is all materia. All is very useful, especially in the early to mid game, but it's really not that rare. If you're exploring diligently, you'll come across more copies than you know what to do with, and you can even purchase more copies of it after getting a hold of the Highwind. After accumulating 35,000 AP though, which compared to most materia isn't really all that much, it gets mastered, meaning you can sell that mastered copy for 1.3 million gil a piece. You might think, why on earth would you ever need that much gil in the first place, but if you're wanting to do a lot of Chocobo racing over at the Gold Saucer, you're going to want to feed your precious Chocobos the ultra high quality greens sold by the Chocobo Sage over in his secluded hut on the northern continent, and they are very, very expensive. Though to be honest, other than that, there's really nothing else to spend all your gil on in the endgame. Thankfully, the devs were kind enough to provide an extremely effective method of accumulating crazy amounts of HP at a time, and that method lies in the North Cave, in this weird semi-organic looking area. The magic pots here award you with 1000 AP each, not to mention 8000 EXP, though you do need to give them an elixir first, which you happen to be able to steal from the Master Tomborays who also roam this area, though you could always resort to more unscrupulous methods. Nope, pretend I didn't say that, you saw nothing. Better yet though, there are these bouncing red ball enemies called movers, which are easy as hell to beat whilst netting you 800 AP each, and because they always appear in groups of 3, that means 2400 AP per battle. For comparison, the Guard Scorpion boss awards you with 10 AP, so pretty outrageous stuff, and you can fairly comfortably turbocharge all your materia by spending just 2 or 3 hours down here. One very special type of materia that cannot be mastered, however, is enemy skill, this game's version of blue magic, and this, folks, is where some balancing issues start cropping up. On my earliest playthroughs of FF7, I've never really made that much use of enemy skill. Didn't quite know how it worked, and nor did I have a source of information to tell me which enemies had which skills or how to get them. This was back in the old days, where you had to have strategy guides for games to get access to all their secrets. By the time I'd get to the end of the game, I'd usually have a modest selection of enemy skills at my disposal that had been learned by chance, stuff like Matra Magic, Flamethrower and Trine. Decent skills, sure, but nothing too outrageous. But if you know where to look, you really can take the piss. For example, Aqua Lung is a very powerful water-based magic attack that hits every enemy for a reasonable MP cost, and which can be learned from Jenova Life, who you fight at the end of Disc 1. But if you ride onto the desert with the buggy obtained after getting out of Coral Prison, you can learn it way before that from the Harpy, and just like that you can take the piss out of most enemy encounters for many hours to come. This ability is significantly stronger than regular magic at this point and doesn't even need to be linked up with an all materia to hit every enemy on the field. Or you have the lightning based Trine, which can be learned from the Materia Keeper, which does more damage than an all linked Bolt 3 and at a cheaper MP cost. Magic Breath learned from the Stilva is another one, being an insanely powerful AoE attack that deals way higher damage than most magic and even summons, though that's nothing compared to the likes of Magic Hammer, learned from the Razor Weed. Might seem a bit boring at first glance, but it's a crazy cheap and easy way to get back 100 MP at a time, in addition to depleting enemy MP, which in many cases will leave them unable to perform special attacks. It even works on bosses like Jenova Life and Carry Armour. For healing, most folk are going to be using the Restore materia linked with All, allowing for group heals with Cure, and even regen once you grow Restore up to level 3, but forget Cure. How about White Wind? Costs just 34 MP, heals everyone in the party by a figure equal to the caster's current HP, cures most status effects, and unlike Cure, it does not get bounced away by Reflect. You know what though, to hell with White Wind, how about Big Guard, granting Barrier, M-Barrier and even Haste to the entire party for just 56 MP. If you have some barrier materia, you can cast the wall spell which gives your team barrier and M-Barrier, but that costs 58 MP, it's only unlocked when the materia is at level 4, which is going to take a while, it doesn't come with the added benefit of haste, and of course you have to have the barrier materia actually slotted into someone's equipment and linked with all too, otherwise it's single target. Taking just a single materia slot, enemy skill gives you access to a wealth of extremely powerful skills for every possible scenario, many of which greatly overshadow and render redundant their more conventional magic and even summon counterparts. Plus, you can give the enemy skill materia to all 3 party members. There are actually 4 copies of it in the game, even if one is missable. Now, an upshot is that for some skills you can easily play through the game a dozen times and never even see them, because some enemies will simply never use them. For example, unless you know exactly where to look for it, there'd be no way for you to know that you can learn Magic Hammer from a Razorweed, because even though it has that ability, it never throws it out, ever. Same with the Beach Plug enemy with its Big Guard enemy skill, and the Dark Dragon with Dragon Force. Got to be honest, I had to stop myself from using some of this stuff because it was just too powerful. Big Guard in particular has no business being as good as it is. I'm not really saying this as an attempt to diss FF7 mind you, because it just kinda adds to the whole fun factor that you can get so absurdly powerful and that things lack balance. Plus, I don't believe in trying as hard as I can to find fault with every little thing I talk about. Sometimes it's nice to just love a game and talk about how sick it is, which is essentially what this video is, and I make no apologies for that. But folks, you know what's even sicker than enemy skills and your high level magics and most of your summons? Limit breaks, and FF7 has a lot of limit breaks. And guess what? A whole bunch of them are also way more powerful than they need to be. First one you're likely to see is Cloud's Braver, which deals 3 times the damage of his normal attack, and actually has the same animation as his Death Blow command, which you'll come across a decent bit later in the game. And as for Barrett's Big Shot, similar sort of dealio damage wise. Simple, satisfying, and packs a good wallop. Perfect for finishing off an irritating enemy or a beefy boss. But stuff gets way more exotic than this, and it doesn't take long before the game throws in curveballs, starting with Tifa's limit breaks, which work via a series of slots. Just 1 at first, but then as many as 7 as you unlock more of her limit breaks. Cait Sith's first limit break is pure RNG, where it throws out several dice to determine the resulting damage of the attack, though its second limit break is also slot based, with a plethora of potential outcomes, one of which, aptly called Game Over, can defeat literally any enemy in the game, though apparently it's a real bastard to get. I've never gotten it myself, but it's the same sort of thing that would appear in FF7 with Yojimbo's Zanmato, and I'm sure there are a few other Final Fantasy games which have similar moves too. Vincent's limit breaks are the most unique and gimmicky of all, allowing him to transform into various monstrosities. First the fire-focused Galleon Beast, then the electrifying Death Gigas, then the chainsaw-wielding Hellmasker, and finally, Chaos. These transformations come with various stat buffs and powerful special attacks, but the catch is that you can't actually control Vincent when he's in a transformed state, and nor can you voluntarily revert him back to normal. Furthermore, if you happen to be fighting an enemy who is immune to or absorbs the element used by a specific transformation, not ideal. Still, come on, this shit's awesome. The whole moody emo vibe that Vincent has going on throughout the game is very easy to mock these days. But 25 years ago, this sort of stuff was still really cool, I think. And if you were playing the game as a kid or an axed 18, then Vincent was pretty much the coolest character ever. Though whatever your age might be, the fact that he can turn into a mask-wearing, chainsaw-wielding zombie and throw out attacks like Splatter Combo and Nightmare is very sick indeed. With the exception of Vincent and Cait Sith, each character has 7 different limit breaks to unlock, divided into 4 different levels, with level 1 being the weakest, while everyone's level 4 limit breaks tend to be the most powerful, though not necessarily the most effective for every situation. Got to select the level you want from the menu, giving you access to only the limit breaks from that level when in battle, though Tifa is the exception here, in that she's able to perform every limit break she's learned for some insane combos, and it really is the multi-hit abilities that appeal to me the most. Stuff like Braver is fine, and then you've got say Cross Slash, which does more damage and even has a chance to paralyze the enemy. Heck, something like Cid's Hyper Jump hits all enemies and has a chance to inflict instant death. But you know what really gets my blood pumping? Stardust Ray, Doom of the Living, Meteor Rain, Dragon Dive, Catastrophe, Anger Max, Highwind, Omni Slash. I love these long flashy sequences of strikes that just keep on going and going, because there's always so much more potential for damage compared to single hit stuff. Yuffie's level 4 limit break, All Creation, is very cool. In fact, it's the strongest single hit limit break in the game, but I'm going with her level 3 limit break, Doom of the Living, over it any time, because she throws out 15 damn hits instead of just the one big one. Same with Red 13's Earthrave over his level 4 limit break, Cosmo Memory. Bear in mind that the damage limit in FF7 is only quad 9s, So regardless of the power of any one big limit break, you can never do more than that, whereas with something like Barrett's Anger Max, which hits the enemy 18 freaking times, it's technically possible to achieve 179,982 damage with the one move as long as his stats are high enough. As far as how more limit breaks are unlocked, while it's pretty simple, the requirements do differ numerically between the different characters, and also the game doesn't actually tell you how to unlock them, and nor can you see your progress. But to unlock someone's second level 1 limit break, just got to perform their first level 1 limit break between 7 and 9 times depending on the character, and then to unlock their level 2 limit break, got to kill enough enemies with that specific character. Though again, the number of kills differs greatly between different characters, with Cloud having to put in the most work by far. Funnily enough, if you don't actually use a character's limit breaks that much but still take out a lot of enemies with them, it's possible to only have the first limit break unlocked for each level, though don't try and deliberately do that, because there's literally no benefit, and it also means you won't be able to teach them their level 4 limit break until everything is unlocked. Everyone's level 4 limit is obtained differently and at different points throughout the game, though some are far easier to get than others. For Red 13's Cosmo Memory, just need to defeat the Lost Number in Shinra Mansion, and Barrett's Catastrophe gets given to him by the Widow and Coral after stopping the train from crashing into the place. Cid's Highwind is just found lying in a chest in Guernica, and Vincent's Chaos can be found in a sombre cave accessible by the submarine. For Yuffie's though, got to climb the pagoda in her hometown of Wutai to defeat her father, who transforms into that boss from Neo 2. Whereas Tifa's Final Heaven requires you to play the piano. Aeris's is probably the most interesting and is another example of a wee quest I did on my latest playthrough that I'd never actually done before. After getting the buggy, instead of immediately carrying on to Cosmo Canyon, you can turn back and ride it into Costa del Sol, allowing you to sail back over to Junin, except this time you've got access to the buggy in the region, allowing you to cross a shallow river and onto a cave with a sleeping old man in it. You'll carry on sleeping too until the number of battles you fought ends in a matching pair of odd numbers, at which point he'll wake up and give you some mithril. I don't know how you were supposed to work this out, and I don't know why he even gives you the mithril, the whole interaction's very random. You can't do anything with the mithril just yet, but after you get the tiny Bronco a good bit later, you can travel to the weaponsmith's home over on the lower east coast of the western continent, where you can give him the mithril, after which he'll let you open either the big box or the small one. As tempting as the big one might sound, leave it alone because it's shit. Go with the small one for Aeris's Great Gospel, which, if I'm being honest, is also a bit shit. Purely because the chances of you ever actually getting to use it are very slim unless you really go out of your way to do so. Cait Sith is unique amongst the team in that it does not have a level 4 limit break, but Cloud's definitely takes the most work. Omnislash is only obtainable at the Gold Saucer's Battle Square, requiring you to accumulate 32,000 BP, and in the one visit too, because when you leave the Battle Square your BP gets reset down to 0, so make sure you don't run out of GP. Funnily enough, it's actually possible to get Omnislash as early as Disc 1, but I wouldn't really recommend this because it costs over 52,000 BP instead of 32,000 at that point. And unless you're specifically grinding to unlock all Cloud's limit breaks really early, you won't even be able to teach him Omnislash until you're much further into the game anyway. All that battling against the beasts, worms, dragons and penguins of the battle arena is worth it though when you finally get to pull it off, because Omnislash is insane, striking the enemy 15 times. Cid's Highwind and Barrett's Anger Max boast 18 hits each, but what's special about Omnislash is that every hit is guaranteed to be a crit, making it much more likely of dealing quad 9s with each hit compared to those two. Limit breaks are awesome and allow for some of the most ludicrous and frankly excessive damage output in the game, but they're also important in that they're one of the very few factors that make any one party member feel meaningfully different from another. The Materia System is brilliant, however an issue with it, or I guess a strength depending on your perspective, is that it makes your different party members feel somewhat interchangeable. As long as they have enough slots on their weapon and armour, you can quickly and easily transfer entire sets of materia from one character over to another, and voila, now they have the exact same abilities. And because materia also has an effect on stats, their stats are also likely to end up being pretty similar, providing they're of a similar level. Thus, the main gameplay distinctions between your characters are their limit breaks, with Cait Sith's and Vincent's being the most distinct, followed by Tifa with her Real's combo mechanic, and then everyone else. I guess one thing that sets the different characters apart, though to a lesser degree, is their equipment, their weapons in particular. Equipment is a major factor in this game. In fact, regardless of how leveled up everyone is or how fancy their stats are, the only way for those stats to properly flourish is with good equipment to complement them. I'm sure I'm not the only person who has, at least one point, found themselves rather confused by the variety of stats visible on the status screen. I mean, you've got strength, but then there's also attack. And what the hell is attack percent? I spent many years not really knowing what vitality was either, because that word means different things for different games. Even FromSoft switches up its meaning from game to game, but in FF7 it plays a part in determining defense, whereas Spirit contributes to magic defense. See, the numbers up above here are primary stats, each of which grow by between 0 and 3 when a character levels up, but further down are the derived stats, and most of these are calculated when the primary stats are combined with the properties of weapons or armour via some fancy calculations and algorithms. Dexterity determines how quickly a character's ATP gauge fills up, though it also plays a part in calculating accuracy and dodge chance. This is what the slightly confusingly named attack percent and defense percent refer to. And as for luck, it determines your chance of getting a crit, as well as a lucky hit, which is not the same as a crit. Crits do about double damage, whereas lucky hits are simply guaranteed to hit the enemy, except they're far harder to notice due to the lack of a sound or visual cue. Thus, you're going to want some tasty equipment to make all those hard-earned primary stats actually mean something, and of course, the number of materia slots also varies greatly between different equipment. The early game Iron Bangle has just a single materia slot, whereas say the Rune Armlet, each of which allows for double AP growth for slotted materia, very useful if you want to do some AP grinding. Then you've got the Wizard Bracelet, which features 4 pairs of slots with a plus 20 bonus to magic no less, ideal for magic focused party members. While something like the Zedric features no slots but provides massive defense, a big boost to both strength and magic, while also having all incoming elemental damage, superb for tanks. Armour can be somewhat situational, especially those that nullify or even absorb particular elements, but through most of the game you'll most likely find yourself ditching old gear in favour of objectively superior, newer gear, with stat increases and materia slots gradually getting more impressive the further into the game you go. This is even exhibited by the naming convention, with bangles, bracelets and armlets going from bronze, iron, titan, mithril, carbon, silver, gold, and so on and so forth. Though towards the end you will start coming across more exceptional and unique pieces, especially if you know who to steal them from. I mentioned the defensive power of the Zedric, but the only way to get your hands on one is by stealing it from Rude. You can actually get 3 of them this way due to how many times you can fight this bald bastard. And then there's the Warrior Bangle, which is like a somewhat less impressive version of the Zedric, though it does feature 2 pairs of materia slots. Unless you know to steal it from the one and only encounter with the Eagle Gun enemy, though you ain't getting it at all. Weapons actually work very similarly to armour, having their own stats and slots, though whereas almost all armour can be worn by anyone, weapons are specific to particular characters. And furthermore, whereas armour has no bearing on your character's presentation in battle, with the exception of those wielded by Red 13, every weapon in the game has its own unique visual model, and there are well over 100 weapons in total. Again, many of them are somewhat disposable, in that once you find a new one, there's just no reason to go back to an older one. This is especially the case for the caliber of weapons you find in stores. The way it usually goes is you reach a town somewhere which offers a selection of weapons for each character. You buy them and now everyone's damage output is increased for a while up until you reach the next town, which will usually have objectively stronger weapons for sale with more materia slots. One of the most iconic and recognisable designs in Final Fantasy VII is Cloud's Buster Sword, but for as badass as it looks, it's actually one of the weakest weapons in the game, and as soon as you get access to the Mithril Saber or the Hard Edge after Midgar, there's just no reason to ever equip it again, which is a shame. Would have been cool if they'd done something similar to what they did with Tidus's Brotherhood in FF10, but it starts off kinda weak before getting strengthened a bit further into the game. That's not to say that your progression from one weapon onto the next will always be linear or predictable though, because again there are many interesting exceptions and additional factors to consider. For example, Barret has a gun arm as per an operation he underwent after his real arm was injured in an encounter with Shinra, and as such, most of his weapons are guns. But when you reach Cam, you have the option of purchasing the Cannonball, which is more powerful than his assault gun and has more materia slots. But it's a melee weapon, meaning if you want to equip Barret with it, you'd better switch him from the back row to the front where he's going to take more damage. Or take Red 13, who is traditionally seen as a melee attacker, but equip him with the hairpin weapon which you can find in Wutai, and now he can throw out long range attacks at the expense of any materia slots. And the materia aspect is an important one. There are a couple of armours that allow for double AP growth, but there are a lot of weapons which do the same. In fact, there are even a couple which allow for triple AP growth. Namely, Cloud's Apocalypse found in the Ancient Forest and Cid's Scimitar found in the Underwater Reactor. It's always exciting as hell when you come across a new weapon in a chest out in some level, because so many have such different properties and appearances. And there are some freaking rare ones too that you're highly unlikely to see, like Aeris's Umbrella, which is only obtainable if you score over 5,000 points on the Speed Square ride before getting the Highwind. I'd show you what it looks like, but I can't because I've never gotten it, because the Speed Square's a goddamn nightmare. And then we have everyone's ultimate weapons, the strongest weapons in the game, though with the exception of Aeris's Princess Guard, which can be picked up in the Temple of the Ancients. They all have 0 AP growth for all slotted materia, meaning that for as powerful as they may be, you might not want to equip them right away if you've still got some materia to level up and master. Furthermore, each weapon has an additional quirk to it that significantly affects its damage output, for better and for worse. In the case of Cloud's and Cait Sith's ultimate weapons, the further they are from max HP, the weaker their weapons become. In fact, this idea is even incorporated into the very name of Cait Sith's weapon, which is called HP Shout. All good when they're at or close to full health, but if they happen to drop to critical HP, or even below 50% HP, all of a sudden they're as weak as piss. Red 13's and Cid's ultimate weapons have the same sort of quality, except with MP instead of HP, whereas Tifa's Premium Heart is at its most powerful the closer her limit gauge is to full. Aeris's Princess Guard becomes stronger when her allies are KO'd, which kinda sucks, whereas Yuffie's Conformer increases in strength based on how powerful the enemy she's targeting is. This makes it by far the most effective weapon to wield when trying to morph enemies into source items in the Guernica. The damage output of Barret's missing score scales up based on the total number of AP of all materia equipped onto his weapon, and as for Vincent's death penalty, the more enemies he's killed throughout the game, the higher his damage. Those latter two examples are particularly notable because Barret and Vincent can be used to perform the infamous overflow glitch, where it's possible to increase their damage potential to such a great degree that the game kinda breaks and lets you just kill any enemy in a single glitchy hit. That is an overly basic explanation of it though, and so again I would encourage people to check out 4-8 Productions for their video on the subject. I'll link it in the description. Like everyone's level 4 limit breaks, the methods of obtaining ultimate weapons differs quite a bit. Cloud gets his Ultima weapon after defeating Ultimate weapon for the final time, and Barret gets his missing score during the raid on Midgard just before the final encounter with Hojo. However, Barret must be in your party, otherwise the chest will simply not appear, and nor can you ever come back and collect it in Disc 3. Cait Sith's HP Shout is similar in that unless you know to pick it up from the gym locker on the 64th floor of Shinra HQ upon returning to Midgard, no second opportunity to do so. Red 13's Limited Moon is undoubtedly the saddest one to obtain. On Disc 1 you visit his home, Cosmo Canyon, where you meet his adoptive grandfather, Bugenhagen, an eccentric old ex-Shinra scientist with a deep and profound understanding and sympathy for the plight of the planet. He's a very lovable and likeable character, and he has a really touching relationship with the rather childlike Red 13. If you visit Cosmo Canyon on Disc 3 though, old Bugenhagen has taken gravely ill, resulting in a real tearjerker of a scene. I, for one, am not ashamed to admit that I could not stop jerking when watching this scene. Though before passing on, he gifts Nanaki his ultimate weapon, the Limited Moon. Vincent's death penalty is obtained at the same time as you get his Chaos limit break in that secluded cave, and Cid's Venus Gospel is given to him by an old man in Rocket Town. Yuffie can find her conformer in the Guernica, though Squaresoft were real bastards about it for some reason, and all but hid the green chest behind a catwalk so that you can barely even see the damn thing. And Tifa's premium heart can be picked up in that weird room with the machine gun back in Sector 7. Now that I've discussed just about all of Final Fantasy VII's mechanics and systems, I'd like to cover some of its endgame content. See, even though it came in 3 discs back on the PS1, there's not even close to an equal amount of stuff to do on each. Disc 1 and 2 are about equal in content, but then once you get to disc 3, you're nearly finished. In fact, the game strongly encourages you to descend straight down into the final dungeon right away, though you can get yourself back up and out to clear up all those loose ends and to get your characters powered up and kitted out to the max. One of the first things I usually do upon making it to disc 3 is to get myself a gold Chocobo. Why the hell would you want a gold Chocobo if you've already got a damn airship? Well, it's because there are some places that even your airship simply cannot get to. And with the exception of being able to submerge under the water, gold Chocobos can go anywhere, across rivers, over mountains, heck, even over the damn ocean, letting you access the game's 4 special materia caves, each found in remote and otherwise inaccessible locations. As well as your regular yellow Chocobos, there are blue ones for rivers, green ones for mountains, and black ones which can do both, but gold Chocobos can do everything, and hey, they look nice too. Of course, you get a brief taste of Chocobo riding back when you need to cross the Midgardsorm's marsh, but you can't actually keep that bird once you get to the far side, and nor do you have anywhere to store it. Once you get control of the Highwind in disc 2, however, you can start keeping, riding and even breeding Chocobos captured out on the world map, though personally I always just wait until disc 3 rolls round. After capturing a Chocobo in battle, you can send it back to your stables at the farm, providing you've paid for the privilege, at which point your newly captured Chocobo can be inspected to see both its gender and quality. Obviously you can't mate a male with a male, nor a female with a female, and if the Chocobo looks all weak and feeble, probably not worth having it mate anyway, because this will affect the quality of its offspring. Now, I'm not going to lay out a detailed Chocobo breeding guide here because I'll be honest, I still don't understand it very well myself, and nor do I quite understand how the logic of it all was ever intended to be organically worked out by the player. But I have previously obtained gold Chocobos on several playthroughs. Although as a kid I never owned the strategy guide for the game, I did used to have a book that was filled with cheats and tips and stuff for loads of different PS1 games. And it also happened to contain pretty detailed and interesting guides for FF7, including how to breed yourself a gold Chocobo. The only catch was, my god, did it take a while. It's very similar to Blitzball from FF10, which can also be extremely time consuming, but which is necessary to play if you want all of Wakka's overdrives and his fully powered celestial weapon. The main thing that took so damn long though was the Chocobo racing, a minigame where you compete with other riders over at the Gold Saucer, allowing you to raise the rank of your selected Chocobo from C all the way to S by winning races. Only issue is that this is extremely monotonous, bordering on brainless. In fact, you can straight up have these races play out automatically, but you don't even need to touch the controller. Unless your bird's stats are excellent though, they're unlikely to actually win many races, regardless of whether you've got it set to manual or automatic, which is where greens come in, which you can feed to your Chocobo to raise their stats. Like I said earlier, this is the only real use for Gil in the endgame, because the best greens are absurdly expensive and you're going to want to buy a lot of them. But if you feed them right, your Chocobos are going to win nearly every match by a literal mile. Though once you get to the S class, you will often see a certain black Chocobo named Teo who is significantly tougher to beat in comparison to anything else you'll encounter. The reason I even did all this though was because the guide said I had to be achieving certain numbers of wins with specific Chocobos before breeding them, so as to raise or guarantee the chance of them giving birth to a Chocobo of desired gender, quality and colour, and I had to do this for several different Chocobos up until the point where I eventually got a gold one. This also requires you to obtain specific types of nuts which are thrown into the mix when Chocobos mate, like the Zeo nut, which can only be obtained from goblins, or the Carib nuts which are stolen from these really cool looking dragon things that have the second highest HP of any regular enemy in the game for some reason.
It's all surprisingly complex and opaque for a minigame that you can completely ignore, but hey, it's pretty cool that it's here. It feels rewarding when you finally get a glimpse of gold, and the rewards are well worth it. However, this time round I thought, you know what, I don't want to do any of that. I don't have time and I can't be arsed. And so I had a look on YouTube to see if there was a faster way, and turns out there absolutely is, and it's all achieved via RNG manipulation. In fact, you don't even need to do a single race to get a gold chocobo, and the whole process only takes about 30 to 40 minutes. All revolves around catching chocobos that only appear alongside specific enemies, saving your game right outside the farm and then transitioning into it the instant you load your game back up again, feeding certain chocobos specific numbers of greens in a specific order, mating one chocobo with another in a precise order, fighting specific numbers of battles in between each breeding, and a bunch more steps that you have to follow precisely so that all the numbers in the background line up nicely. It's not really cheating, but it is manipulative, and hot dog did it save me a lot of time. I'll link the tutorial video I used down below in case anyone's curious or lazy like me. But yes, once you've got your very own Goldie, you have free reign over the planet, allowing you to collect Knights of the Round, HP MP, Quadra Magic and Mime. As I said though, I'd already gotten myself a gold chocobo on several previous playthroughs, so this was hardly a brand new achievement for me. What you might be surprised to learn, however, relates to a couple of other pieces of endgame content. By far the two biggest challenges that Final Fantasy VII has to offer, Emerald Weapon and Ruby Weapon, neither of which I had ever beaten. As to why, I'm not really sure to be honest, though intimidation was definitely a factor, because seriously, no other boss even comes remotely close to matching the strength of these two biomechanical behemoths, and so I knew there would be a massive amount of preparation involved, and perhaps a significant amount of grinding, though as it turned out, not as much as you might think. I decided to take on Emerald Weapon first with no real preparation just to see what would happen, though of course I did make sure to get the underwater materia first. Due to Emerald Weapon being found under the waves, the fight itself is underwater with a 20-minute time limit, which, while not unreasonable, does add a bit of extra unwanted pressure to the encounter. But, and this is pretty obtuse, if you finish off the ghost ship enemy found in the sea tunnel leading to the Junin underwater reactor with Morph, you'll get an item called the Guidebook. The only vague indication of this is from an old man in Cam who tells you a map was sunk along with the ship, and I guess you're supposed to figure out the rest somehow. If you give the guidebook to that old man though, he will give you the underwater materia, the sole purpose of which is to remove the 20-minute time limit. My first attempt with this infamous super boss did not go terribly well, though I must say, nor did it go anywhere near as poorly as I thought it would. I actually survived for quite a while. Its emerald beam hurt a lot, but due to it dealing percentage based damage from the party's current HP, it can't actually kill you. Revenge Stamp is insanely powerful, though it will only use this as a counterattack if at least one of its 4 eyes are still alive. Which is another sore point because it means that even though you're fighting the one boss, there are actually 5 enemies here which all throw out different attacks, including MP draining ones. It was this which caused my first death in fact, because even though I had Barret equipped with Final Attack and Phoenix, when he died the summon failed to go off due to him not having any damn MP. Perhaps Emerald Weapon's most dangerous attack, however, is Air Tam Storm, which deals 1111 damage for every piece of materia a party member has slotted onto their equipment, meaning you've got to be very economical with your materia choices going in and only bring what is absolutely needed, otherwise this attack will simply deal max damage to everyone regardless of what their defense stat is. And speaking of which, that's another thing that makes this boss so tough. Knights of the Round is extremely effective, especially considering it hits Emerald's eyes too, though I believe this will make it start throwing out Air Tam Storm as a counter after its health gets below half. You can certainly still use it though, especially if you're making use of Mine materia, not to mention Cloud's Omni Slash. However, I learned some very useful and interesting information about Emerald Weapon, which meant I did not have to resort to Knights of the Round a single time. Because you see, unlike almost every other boss in this game, this one is not immune to gravity attacks. Of course, gravity attacks deal percentage-based damage, just like the Emerald Weapon's own Emerald Beam does, but bear in mind the Emerald Weapon has 1 million HP, meaning that casting Demi deals quad 9s. So combine that with Quadra Magic, initiate it with W Magic, and have someone else copying it with Mime, and you can achieve insane damage output with a basic and low MP cost spell. Now, this strat doesn't protect you from the boss's attacks, but to be honest, not much will unless you're willing to slowly and painfully grind for guard sources over at the Guernica. Just need to throw out the occasional Mega Elixir to keep everyone's HP and MP topped up so that Phoenix can successfully blast off if things do go south. And folks, finally after nearly 25 damn years, I beat Emerald Weapon, and it felt damn good. For your reward you get the Earth Harp, which is another item that the old man in Cam requested, and in return he gives you some Master Materia, providing access to every possible command, magic or summon ability, all at the cost of just 1 Materia slot each. It's very, very powerful stuff. You can't actually master Master Materia, but it is still possible to get further copies of them by mastering every type of materia for that particular class, after which you can interact with the corresponding colour of huge materia in Bugenhagen's observatory to be gifted some. You can even repeat this multiple times if you really want to. Mind you, for as cool as this is, there is the question of, well, why the hell do I need Master Materia now that I've beaten Emerald Weapon? What am I supposed to use it on? And that is a good question, but let's not forget about FF7's other super boss, Ruby Weapon. While Emerald is to be found cruising around underwater, Ruby is hanging around in the scorching coral desert, though it will only appear after the significantly easier ultimate weapon has been taken down. Mind you, to say it appears is slightly misleading here, because all you really see is an odd red worm squirming around in the sand. If you try knocking into it with the Chocobo or the Highwind, however, Ruby Weapon reveals its true form, and it's just as large and intimidating as Emerald Weapon. As for my first attempt, oh boy. Was actually feeling a bit cocky after my encounter with Emerald, but Ruby absolutely destroyed me. It has 200,000 less HP than Emerald, and also you're free to equip as much materia as you want this time. No Airtam Storm to worry about here, but there's much more other stuff to worry about. For starters, how about the move that it's most notorious for, Whirl Sand? How about you just lose a party member for the entire battle? And then another one. How about that, eh? It's brutal as hell, but the pain does not stop there, because unlike Emerald, Ruby and its 2 tentacles like to throw out a plethora of debilitating status effect inflicting attacks that will cause chaos, unless you have protection in the form of ribbons, or added effect plus Hades slotted onto armour. Ruby can also deplete your character's MP with its tentacles, and it has the single highest defense stat in the entire game. In fact, you can't damage it at all until it puts its claws in the ground. Well folks, initially Ruby seemed like it was going to be insurmountable. I couldn't figure out how I was going to mount it. But just like Emerald Weapon was vulnerable to gravity attacks, Ruby Weapon also has a massive vulnerability, and that is Paralysis, a status effect which completely freezes the enemy in place until it wears off. There's not actually that many ways to inflict the paralysed status effect, though one way is with Cloud's Cross Slash. This isn't guaranteed though, and nor is it that useful in this case anyway due to Ruby's enormous defense stat, and it's just a single hit attack anyway. I should mention that although Ruby isn't immune to paralysis, its resistance to it is still extremely high. However, that's where Hades comes in, because the way this special summon works is that if an enemy has even a hint of a vulnerability to any of the 8 status ailments it inflicts, there's a 100% chance that they will be inflicted with that status ailment. Thus, I made use of a very saucy, though admittedly cheesy, but still valid strat to defeat Ruby Weapon. First, I linked up Knights of the Round with HP Absorb, meaning that Cloud's HP would always be fully restored after a successful cast of the summon. In addition to that, I gave him some HP plus to ensure that he was at max HP, and I also gave him Hades, Mime, and W Summon, and that's all you need. None of the materia even needs to be leveled up or mastered, with the exception of perhaps HP plus, though you can't always just throw on multiple copies of it. As for the rest of the team, just kill them. Seriously, it's better to start off with them KO'd because this means Ruby cannot use Whirl Sand. As for the actual strat, well, it's super simple. Ruby should immediately put its claws in the ground due to your two allies already being KO'd, so just use W summon and select Hades first to paralyze it, and then Knights of the Round. After the massive damage dealt by Knights of the Round, Ruby will still be paralysed as a result of Hades, meaning Cloud, or whoever your chosen party member is largely safe until it's his turn again, at which point you can simply use Mime to repeat that sequence of summons at 0 MP cost as many times as you like. Every now and then Ruby will regain animation and attack, or a tentacle will get a hit off, but because you have HP Absorb linked with Knights of the Round, you restore all HP every time it's used, meaning you don't have to manually heal, which would ruin the sequence of Mime, though make sure you've got a ribbon equipped, otherwise you'll still get hit with unpleasant stuff like Frog, Petrify and, funnily enough, Paralysis. And yeah, that's how I beat Ruby Weapon. Was it cheap? Yes. But is the boss cheap? Yes. Did I feel good after beating it? Kinda, but not as much as I did with Emerald Weapon. Do I have any regrets? No. Nailing Ruby Weapon gets you the Desert Rose, which is another item to be bequeathed to the old man in Cam, who takes it in exchange for a gold Chocobo, which, considering you almost certainly already have a gold Chocobo at this point, is completely pointless, but hey, thanks anyway, old timer. So, other than Emerald and Ruby Weapon, what else are you supposed to use all your powerful magics, spectacular summons, explosive limit breaks, and magnificent ultimate weapons on? Well, kinda nothing. There's the final dungeon of course, but although it has some fairly powerful and certainly interesting enemies roaming around within it, none of them require anything close to the sort of firepower you can get your hands on, and the same goes for the final bosses. I've spoken about the whole balancing thing a few times already in this video, and yeah, I do think there is some missed potential here, because most enemies and bosses just aren't very hard, even if you're not doing any grinding for levels and such. You could say much the same about, say, FF10, which also isn't all that tough, except in that game, you've got the Monster Arena, which offers a massive selection of super beefed up monsters to take down, not to mention the Dark Aeons, and FF12 has its hunts, espers and super bosses, some of which get really challenging. Sorry to keep using FF10 and 12 for my examples, by the way. I know there are tons more Final Fantasy games I could reference, but those two are just the ones I have by far the most experience with. Thing is, when I eventually got the likes of Knights of the Round and Omni Slash and Quadra Magic and the ultimate weapons, for as cool as they all are, the thrill is somewhat dampened with the fact that you just don't need them. Even for the game's two super bosses, Emerald and Ruby Weapon, the key to beating them isn't so much to come in with as much firepower as possible, but just to have a solid strategy. I primarily beat Emerald Weapon with basic low-level magic, and Ruby Weapon with only one party member alive, for God's sakes. Well, for anyone who feels similarly to me that they'd like more of a challenge, I have a solution, and that is the Hardcore mod. I first played it a good 8 years ago and it blew me away. It makes the game significantly harder, but in a really engaging way, where even regular random battles are more difficult than most boss fights from the base game, and where most boss fights are tightly designed mega challenges, requiring excellent preparation, a solid strategy, and smart use of all the tools the game affords you, tools that just aren't necessary in vanilla FF7. In the Hardcore mod, see all those throwable items that you never really need to use, yet now you need to use them. See all those crazy materia combinations that, while fun, were partially useless because enemies and bosses simply melted before you had a chance to actually utilise them? Yeah, now you need all that stuff, and you really need to properly think about equipment setups and resistances and stats and such too. Serious and technical engagement with the game's mechanics becomes a necessity rather than an indulgence. It's not just that stats are inflated either, no, AI and attacks have been tweaked across the board. You get new enemies, old enemies get new attacks, most bosses require completely different strategies, and best of all, the creator even added in a bunch of new bosses, and it's all sick. I've only just started playing it again over the last couple of weeks, but check out Sega Chief's playlist of him taking on every boss, which I'll link in the description if you want to take a look. Back in the day, I spent over 100 blessed hours with this mod and got right to the end, but the creator, whose name I can't pronounce, I'm sorry, even added in extra super bosses too, which require an insane degree of optimization and execution, and it got too hard for me. Still, awesome mod, super tough and great fun, and it's really easy to install too. I don't have any affiliation with it or anything, but I couldn't make a video on Final Fantasy VII without giving it a shout out, especially if it means even a few more people might get to have as much fun with it as I have. As usual, I will link it down in the description. And folks, I think that makes for a fine time for us to return back to the story, because we have a hell of a lot of juicy things to talk about. After Cloud's Nibelheim flashback in Cam, the team's established mission becomes to find Sephiroth. At first it was simply to take down the Shinra Corporation as Avalanche, but due to all that transpired at Shinra HQ, namely the death of President Shinra followed by his immediate replacement by his son Rufus, the sighting of a headless Jenova in Hojo's depraved lab, and the supposed reappearance of the supposedly dead Sephiroth. Although the team doesn't yet know Sephiroth's location or mission, from this point on, whenever you visit some new town you will inevitably come across some NPC mentioning a black-caped man headed this way or that way, though far more vividly and gruesomely than that is the sight of a bloody Midgard brutally impaled on an enormous wooden stake at the hands of Sephiroth, yet another demonstration of his inhuman power. It's not until the team finds themselves aboard the cargo ship from Junin Harbour to Costa del Sol, however, that we get our first sighting of Sephiroth outside of a flashback, and it makes for a very odd encounter. All of a sudden, nearly all the crew on the ship are dead, and in the engine room, rising up out of the ground like a phantom, stands the man himself, though notably he doesn't seem to recognise Cloud at all, despite it only having been 5 years since they last saw each other, and his speech is very enigmatic and unnatural. Sephiroth makes a bizarre exit, literally flying up and out of the room, leaving behind a squirming arm on the engine room floor, initiating the first fight with Jenova, specifically Jenova Birth, a pulsating pink titan, an utterly otherworldly mega-organism, looking even more monstrous than the bizarre specimen first seen in the Nibelheim reactor. It's a confusing encounter which doesn't really do much to illuminate you to Sephiroth's true nature, though a reasonable assumption at this early juncture is that he stole away Jenova from Shinra HQ and is weaponizing parts of its body against us. I mean, all he left before flying off was an arm which suddenly transformed into a full-sized life form, giving us even more of an indication of what a strange, frightening and threatening entity Jenova is, that even mere parts of its body have such power. After reaching the western continent, one place the team can visit is Gongaga, a rather depressing village, and no wonder with it having become something of a ruin following a terrible explosion at the nearby reactor which occurred just 3 years before, and which took the lives of several townfolk. In the southernmost hut of Gongaga, however, is a husband and wife, who recognised Cloud's uniform and noticed his Mako-coloured eyes, clocking him as a member of Soldier, asking if he knows another member named Zack, their son who they haven't seen in a decade nor even heard from in 6 or 7 years. Cloud has no knowledge of Zack, but Tifa behaves quite strangely, leaving the hut and reacting rather emotionally when Cloud asks what's up. It's a curious reaction, but up until this point, this Zack character hasn't been mentioned by anyone else, at least not by name, and so none of it means much just yet. I've already spoken about Cosmo Canyon, the birthplace of Red 13 and the home of Bugenhagen, and this is where the game illustrates the planet's crisis in strikingly beautiful fashion for one of the best narrative sequences in the game. Absolutely love the track that plays here too, appropriately named Lifestream, and the Lifestream is an extremely important aspect of the world of Final Fantasy VII. So we know that Shinra's reactors suck up Mako from the ground, converting it into electricity to power people's homes, drive new scientific and technological innovation, create new and more powerful weapons, and above all, make money. But what the hell is Mako, and why is it so potent? Well, Mako comes from the Lifestream, a vast pale green subterranean current of spirit energy in fluid form. When a life form dies, its spirit energy leaves its body before returning back to the planet to rejoin the flow of the Lifestream, so that this energy can later be used to give life to some other new life form elsewhere on the planet as part of a natural cycle that is simultaneously spiritual and physical. The Lifestream isn't just some theoretical model or a metaphysical theory, it is a real feature of the planet, not dissimilar to magma, and it can even come to the surface during violent cataclysms. Though in addition to that, the fluids of the Lifestream are directly harvested by Shinra's reactors, which lap it up and convert it into Mako. Just like how in our world, crude oil is converted into other more readily usable fuels. Thus, Mako reactors are a major source of interference in the natural cycle of the planet. Instead of spirit energy flowing back into the planet before being recycled into other life forms, it's being siphoned off. And if this keeps up, then the death of all life on the planet, and even the death of the planet itself, is simply an inevitability. All this puts the actions of the Shinra in even greater context, allowing us to even better understand just how grave a threat they are to the world, especially when you consider their ambitions to find the so-called Promised Land, mentioned by both Ares and Sephiroth. A place said to be incredibly rich in Mako energy, which means a place of deep and sacred spirituality, though not for long if Shinra's Neo-Midgar plan is allowed to come to fruition. Never mind Shinra though, because the question remains, what does Sephiroth want with the Promised Land? After Cosmo Canyon lies another town, a very familiar town. In fact, it's a town that isn't supposed to be here anymore, Nibelheim. Even though we saw it burn down according to Cloud's recollection of the event, it looks exactly as it did 5 years ago, and not only that, but not a single resident here knows what Cloud is talking about when he asks them about the fire, and nor do they recognise him as someone who grew up here. An even more thoroughly disquieting aspect of current day Nibelheim, however, are all the black-cloaked, tattooed people mumbling about some reunion, though none of the non-afflicted townsfolk even acknowledge the presence of these strange people in their homes. I spoke about this encounter before when discussing how to get Vincent to join the party, but in the basement of Shinra Mansion, Sephiroth is once again encountered, though this time he mentions something called a reunion, stating that Jenova will be there, the calamity from the skies, beckoning Cloud to follow him north beyond Mount Nibel before chucking some materia at him, thanks very much, and again flying off, though he doesn't drop a piece of Jenova this time. Beyond Mount Nibel lies Rocket Town, where, as discussed, the team meet Cid and get a hold of his tiny Bronco after Rufus and Palmer try to take it away from him. One of the new locations that becomes accessible with the tiny Bronco is the Temple of the Ancients, a strange ziggurat-shaped structure hidden away within a dense forest. You can first hear rumours of this place from the weapon maker in his isolated hut, who also mentions something called the Ultimate Destruction Magic, which legends say is to be found within the temple. There are a few spots in the game where it forces you to take along a particular character into a specific level, like how Barret needs to be with you when in Coral Prison, and how Tifa has to be in the party in Whirlwind Maze, and indeed, before entering the Temple of the Ancients, you have to take Ares. I won't lie, I always find this kind of annoying because it means swapping around your materia, and also Ares' physical attack game is really poor compared to everyone else's, and also her level is inevitably going to be a bit low because I rarely use her, which means I've always only got her first 2 limit breaks unlocked, which, although somewhat useful, don't deal any damage to enemies, so they're not very exciting. But regardless, gotta bring her along, and quite right too, because as we know, Ares is herself an ancient, giving her a unique spiritual connection to the place. And she's the only one able to make any sense of the chorus of ethereal voices which chime in at various points throughout the temple, offering her guidance and insight as to her role and destiny. At one point it even shows the party a vision of Sang, who we earlier found grievously wounded at the temple entrance, though here he's in a hall with walls covered in murals depicting ancient esoteric ceremonies. Sephiroth enters the picture here, where for the first time we get some clearer information on what his ambitions are, that being to become one with the planet, with the help of Meteor. Meteor is the ultimate destructive magic referenced in Legends, summonable only with the forbidden use of the black materia contained within this very temple, which, when used, will summon a force dreadful and destructive enough to wound or even destroy the planet. The upside to this, as far as Sephiroth is concerned, is that when the planet is endangered or wounded in such a way, magnificent profusions of spirit energy are gathered in a natural protective mechanism, which is exactly what he wants. To use and absorb that excess of energy to transform himself into a higher being, a god. The thing is though, there's a whole lot more strangeness going on whilst Sephiroth is explaining his ambitions. He's still flying round, and at several points his form seems to divide into two before merging back into one, though there's another more subtle but equally significant detail. When Sephiroth is speaking here, his dialogue boxes are just as you would expect them, same as when anyone is speaking, with their name above the text to indicate who's saying what. But here, although this text, Mother, It's Almost Time, is still labelled with Sephiroth's name, it's represented differently without the usual blue box, almost as if someone else is saying it. Same with the words, Wake Up, words which trigger Cloud into having his strangest episode yet. Okay, his second strangest episode yet. His behaviour is absolutely bizarre here, appearing to laugh and even exhibit the same phantom-like double body visual effect that we just saw on Sephiroth, but he does snap out of it, seemingly oblivious of what just happened. Now that Sephiroth seems to be gone, the team can examine this strange floating object to the right, a puzzle, a miniature representation of the temple, which is itself the black materia. Designed to get smaller the further the puzzle is solved, to the point where it becomes small enough to fit into one's hand. The catch is that doing this means the puzzle solver will be crushed to death in the process, with this being a sort of defense mechanism put in place by the ancients to stop anyone from ever using the black materia. Though I'll be honest, I'm still a bit confused as to why it exists in the first place if the ancients didn't ever want anyone to use it. Maybe they discovered the black materia but then realised it was impossible to destroy, and so the best they could do is come up with the whole temple idea. An unlikely saviour appears on the scene here, that being Cait Sith, the Shinra spy. I didn't mention it before, but the only reason Sang and his Turks were even able to get into the temple before our team was because Cait Sith stole the keystone from them and passed it on to Sang. In fact, it even had Marlene kidnapped in the process. Cait Sith is a real dickhead for a little while here. And the temple, though, it opts to sacrifice its body so that the party can get a hold of the black materia to keep it out of reach of Sephiroth. For as treacherous as Cait Sith is, this is a really touching moment, especially with how childlike and naive it seems as it's skipping along the hall before the clumsy oaf falls flat on its foolish feline face. Cait Sith succeeds at solving the puzzle, collapsing the temple of the ancients down to nothing as you weep enough tears to fill 1,000 oceans at the loss of this misunderstood friend who sacrificed himself for the good of the planet. Before another copy of it appears just 5 minutes later, pretty much cancelling out all emotional impact. However, Sephiroth appears once again. In fact, he never really left, he was just waiting unseen for our party to reclaim the black materia for him. And it's here where he explains that he became a traveller of the very Lifestream, where he absorbed the knowledge and wisdom of the ancients. In fact, he even learned the location of the Promised Land during his travels, and he reiterates his goal towards ascendance in exchange for the planet's doom, prompting Aeris to respond by saying, "I won't let you do it, the future's not just yours." Once again though, Cloud completely loses it. In fact, try as you might to stop him whilst in child form here, Cloud does just about the worst thing he could possibly do. He hands off the black materia to Sephiroth, and although there have been several indications of it already, this is where we fully realise just how mentally messed up Cloud is, and that somehow Sephiroth has a powerful hold over him. Powerful enough in fact to make him carry out actions completely opposite to his own will. Directly after Sephiroth leaves, Cloud continues to freak out, pushing Aeris to the ground and pummeling the crap out of her. Took me several playthroughs before I actually realised that's what was happening though, due to the awkward perspective and the clunky blocky models. I always thought she just fainted for some reason and that Cloud is punching the ground in rage and frustration at what Sephiroth made him do. Especially because he seems to be hitting near her feet or on the ground, but nah, the idea is that Sephiroth's mind-altering influence is lingering here and that he's trying to get Cloud to kill Aeris so that she can no longer interfere with his plans. Though thankfully Barret jumps down here and knocks him out before he can get too far. Upon being KO'd by Barret, Cloud dreams of Aeris running around in a place called the Sleeping Forest over on the northern continent, and here she tells Cloud that beyond the forest lies the city of the Ancients, where it is her destiny to journey to in order to prevent Sephiroth from fulfilling his goals, and it's a journey she has to take alone. Cloud wakes up in Gongaga, and indeed Aeris is long gone, with Sephiroth in close pursuit.
So now I want to change rhythm a bit and start getting more into what's really going on with our key characters as opposed to covering the events in so linear a fashion. Aeris is an ancient, we already knew this, but what makes her so special is that after her mother Ifalna died, she became the very last ancient. Speaking of Ifalna, although we briefly saw her in Elmira's flashback, she's actually very important for understanding more about the true nature of Jenova. When you reach Icicle Village, there's a certain unoccupied lab you can visit, or get forcefully thrown into if you somehow fail to dodge Elena's punch. And in this lab is a computer which contains several recordings of Ifalna and a scientist, Professor Gast, Aeris' father, though she never got the chance to meet the man. The player should recognise the name Professor Gast because Sephiroth mentioned him several times in the Nibelheim flashback, with a great deal of respect too, considering him an immeasurably superior scientist and man compared to Hojo, though Sephiroth also invokes Gast's name in anguish after immersing himself in the reports in the basement of Shinra Mansion, asking, "Professor Gast, why didn't you tell me anything? Why did you die?" Well, that is the same Professor Gast seen in these old recordings, which we know are about 22 years old because that's how old Aeris is, who Ifalna was pregnant with here. Sephiroth would have been a mere child at this time, and presumably a friend to Gast. Perhaps Gast was his only friend, not to mention father figure. The important thing to note is that by this point, Professor Gast had actually left the Shinra before fleeing here to the north with Ifalna. The individual, or should I say, entity we learn most about from these recordings is Jenova. See, up until this point, we think that Jenova is an ancient, a Cetra, and that's because the game flat out told us that. The reports from Shinra Mansion stated that Jenova was found in a 2 millennia old geological layer before being confirmed to be an ancient, by Professor Gast no less, later leading Sephiroth to enact furious vengeance on mankind because 1. He believes that Jenova is his mother, 2. He believes that Jenova is an ancient, and 3. He believed that Jenova was used and sacrificed by humans so that they themselves could survive the ambiguous disaster that was said to have struck the planet 2,000 years ago. The thing is though, is that not a single one of these is true. Dr. Gast was simply wrong about Jenova. It wasn't a Cetra at all. It was, and still is, a malevolent, mind-altering alien, and Gast's error and the Jenova project which directly followed are the root causes of near all the events of Final Fantasy VII. We find out from Ifalna that Jenova first fell from the sky 2,000 years ago, though initially the Cetra thought it was just a natural calamity, perhaps a comet or meteor. The impact left an enormous crater in the north, a wound which the planet attempted to heal, but because so much spirit energy was being used for this, it meant less was available for life to flourish, leading to the land withering away. Although they wanted to stay, the Cetra were preparing to leave the planet entirely, but that's when Jenova appeared, deceiving the Cetra before infecting them with some type of horrific xenovirus, causing them to go mad and transform into monsters, leading to the death and near extinction of all Cetra from the planet. However, a small number managed to defeat Jenova and confine, but not kill it, and it stayed confined for 2 millennia up until it was excavated by Shinra scientists, still alive in some unfathomable sense, with its consciousness stirring in unsettling motions. Jenova isn't a Cetra, and nor is Sephiroth, and despite what he believes, Jenova is not his mother. The truth is,
He was born to a normal woman, a scientist named Lucretia, and he even has a regular father. Though perhaps regular isn't the correct term to use here, because whereas Aeris' father was Professor Gast, Sephiroth's is Professor Hojo, and all of this relates to the Jenova project. I mentioned much earlier that the purpose of the Jenova project was to produce a Cetra who would lead Shinra to the promised land. Shinra erroneously believed that Jenova was a Cetra, but due to it being in such a strange, seemingly dormant state, it couldn't lead them anywhere, so instead they took to injecting its cells into humans like Sephiroth, who received these alien cells whilst he was still just a fetus inside Lucretia's womb. Lucretia is even still alive due to her also inheriting some of Jenova's cells given to her baby, though she's in hiding from the world here, and isn't even aware of what a monster her lost son has become, a son she was never even allowed to meet. This is why Sephiroth believes Jenova is his mother, whereas in reality he just inherited Jenova's cells, cells which made him into such an insanely powerful super soldier who would go on to be used and abused by Shinra to carry out their most dangerous missions, including the one which took him to Nibelheim to repair the malfunctioning reactor there, along with Cloud. Or is that really what happened? Well, kind of, but not really. The last story event we spoke about was Cloud's baffling actions at the Temple of the Ancients, but after pursuing Aeris to the City of the Ancients in the north, he finds her bowed over in a position of prayer at a secret part of the city, the Forgotten Capital. Rather than this being a tender reunion, however, Cloud starts to go all funny again, even coming extremely close to cleaving Aeris in two with his Buster Sword, not of his own volition but of Sephiroth's, who again is lurking unseen, only revealing himself upon seeing Cloud resist his influence, whereupon he plunges his legendary sword through Aeris' body, killing her on the spot. Rather than the camera solely lingering on Aeris' fading form here though, it focuses on the pale green orb which falls from her necklace, a materia orb in fact. Aeris first mentioned this materia back when Cloud met her at the church, which he said it had been a gift from her late mother, and special in the sense that it supposedly didn't have any actual powers. And nor does it appear to activate in any way here, as it bounces from pillar to pillar before sinking far down below into the deep waters of the Forgotten Capital, forever out of reach. I know for a lot of people this scene was absolutely devastating. A proper, oh my god, I can't believe the game's actually doing this type of moment. Aeris is a very likeable and kind-hearted character, not to mention a proper party member who you may well have invested a good deal of time into, and then the game just yanks her away forever. In fact, even the equipment she's wearing when she first leaves your party after the Temple of the Ancients is gone forever, so if you're a collectaholic, be sure to equip her with something other than her Princess Guard ultimate weapon, and just give her a damn bronze bangle or something, otherwise you lose it. Personally, Aeris' death has never really gotten to me all that much. Don't get me wrong, I think it's brilliantly and boldly done, I appreciate it, but I've never gotten all that emotional at it. I do get emotional at Elmira's flashback, it's Cid's rocket flashback, and I absolutely fall to pieces during the flashback section in Cloud's subconscious when Tifa's mother has just died and she and her friends in Nibelheim try to pass through Mount Nibel because she thinks she might be able to see her mum on the other side. This is one of those scenes that's difficult for me to even think about. It gets to me way too much, it's extremely sad, and this is the only time in the whole game where this track plays, on the other side of the mountain. Very simple song, but it's the perfect musical accompaniment to this somber scene, especially the way it transitions from major to minor before repeating. I've spent this whole video talking about all the things I love about Final Fantasy VII, which is damn near all of it, but it's these transcendent moments and cutscenes and tracks and bosses and levels that make it such a transcendent game. Sometimes I'll start to forget about these things, usually when it's been a while since I've played the game. I'll think, maybe FF7 is kinda overrated, like a lot of people say. Maybe the characters and dialogue only seemed as good as they did because of how young I was when I first experienced them. But then all it takes is another playthrough to make me remember exactly why I hold the game in such high esteem, and to remember that it has such a special place in my heart for very good reason. And I got way off track there, sorry about that. We were speaking about the death of Aeris. Well, after it occurs, Sephiroth does his usual routine, giving grand declarations that he'll become one with the planet, and all that's left is to travel north, and Aeris' spirit will become part of something greater. Except Cloud goes, no. And this takes Sephiroth by surprise, who doesn't seem to buy that Cloud is even capable of feeling emotion. Just as he did back in the cargo ship, Sephiroth tosses a piece of Jenova at the party before flying off, starting but not finishing a sentence, saying, "Because Cloud, you are," after which Jenova's second iteration appears, Jenova Life, identical to Jenova Birth except with a darker red palette swap. It's what occurs directly after the fight, however, that gives us some insight into Cloud's true nature, and far greater insight into Sephiroth and Jenova, because the sentence that Sephiroth began prior to the fight gets ended by Jenova. Unless I'm mistaken, this is the only example in the game of a dialogue box being attributed directly to Jenova, but it's a very important detail about who, or what, we've actually been chasing and fighting this whole time, and who it even was that just killed Aeris. See, whenever most players of Final Fantasy VII think of or refer to this well-known death scene, it's that scene where Sephiroth kills Aeris, or Aerith, pardon me. And while that is partially true, the issue is that Sephiroth isn't here. He is far to the north. After crossing the Great Glacier, ascending Gaia's Cliff, and then braving through the Whirlwind Maze, the team comes across Sephiroth's slumbering body encased in materia, and this isn't a new location for him. This is where he has been sleeping for years, where he migrated to in his travels through the Lifestream. But if Sephiroth has been here this whole time, then how did we see him on the cargo ship, Shinra Mansion, the Forgotten Capital? How did he manage to kill President Shinra back in Midgar? Well, I think it's finally time for us to talk about what really happened in the Nibelheim incident, because Cloud's recollection is not reliable. Sephiroth did come to this town 5 years ago, but the soldier member who accompanied him was not Cloud, but someone called Zack, the same Zack asked after by his parents back in Gongaga. In fact, Zack also has a connection to Aeris because he was her boyfriend. That's how she knew Cloud was a member of Soldier upon first meeting him. She recognised the pale glow in his eyes, a signature sign of Mako infusion, though Cloud's eye colour is far from the only thing he has in common with Zack. When the party gets through the Whirlwind Maze closer to where Sephiroth's true body is, they are thrown into a sort of illusion, showing Zack in Nibelheim with Cloud nowhere to be seen. And it's here that Sephiroth tries to convince Cloud that he's nothing more than a clone, that he never actually grew up with Tifa, and that he was never in Nibelheim at all. He claims that Cloud is simply a Sephiroth clone produced by Hojo using Jenova's cells in the wake of the Nibelheim incident, just like all those mentally broken, black-robed husks we saw back in town, the one with tattoos who kept mumbling about a reunion. Cloud was apparently produced the same way, except Hojo deemed him to be a failure, hence why he was never even given a numbered tattoo like the rest of them. Cloud initially thinks this is just Sephiroth trying to mess with his mind, but there is supporting evidence for this. For one, you've got all those times where Cloud freaked out, near reactors and especially near Sephiroth. Also, there's the whole Zack thing which Cloud initially does not believe, but which gets confirmed by Tifa. She didn't say anything back when Cloud was first telling the story back in Kam, but Tifa was well aware that his recollection was incorrect. It was Zack who arrived with Sephiroth. Cloud never showed up at all. Furthermore, bear in mind that upon revisiting Nibelheim, nobody in town recognised Cloud as being someone who grew up there, but the final and most damning piece of evidence is Cloud suddenly realising that he can't actually remember anything from before the Nibelheim incident, not even how he joined Soldier or how he became first class. As a result of this revelation, Cloud becomes thoroughly disturbed, so disturbed in fact that he fully buys into what Sephiroth has told him, accepting that he must indeed be nothing more than a clone created by Professor Hojo, piece by piece, a clone not even worthy enough to have been given a tattoo. As for why Hojo produced so many clones in the first place, well, that was to test a theory, the Jenova reunion theory. Hojo's theory was that regardless of how far apart they may be scattered, all parts of Jenova's body will eventually reunite back into a single entity, even down to the cellular level. Thus, Hojo created Sephiroth clones using his cells so that he might observe this phenomenon in action. That's why Jenova's body was being kept in his lab at Shinra HQ. It's because he expected all the clones to gradually migrate closer to it, except that's not what happened. When you first see Jenova's vault ripped apart with a trail of blood leading up to the dead President Shinra, who has Sephiroth's sword sticking out his back, the logical assumption is that Sephiroth came, retrieved Jenova, dragged it upstairs, killed Shinra, and then escaped, except that's not quite accurate. What actually happened was that Jenova escaped from the vault on its own. Rather than the scattered cells converging to its body at the HQ, the body itself began migrating to some other location, and that location is right here where Sephiroth is. Jenova is who killed President Shinra, and is who opened Cloud's cell, recognizing that its own cells were present in his body. It's Jenova who we've been seeing this whole time. It was even Jenova who killed Aeris, and it was able to do this thanks to its special powers of illusion and manipulation. Jenova is able to take the form of other beings. AVALANCHE says this herself in Gast's recordings, saying, "It looked like our dead mothers and our dead brothers, showing us spectres of their past, and it first approached the Cetra as a friend, deceived them, and finally gave them the virus." This is even shown in the Whirlwind Maze. After the team defeat Jenova Death here, the black materia is retrieved. Before progressing onward, however, Cloud gives it to either Red 13 or Barret for safekeeping, knowing how vulnerable he is to manipulation. But whilst the Nibelheim illusion is happening, Tifa comes back out and convinces the holder of the black materia to come quick. Cloud needs their help, except this isn't Tifa, and despite her appearance morphing to look like Sephiroth, it isn't him either. It's Jenova who is doing Sephiroth's bidding, or perhaps more accurately, the Jenova life form is now an integral part of Sephiroth. The deceived party member gives Cloud the black materia, whereupon he passes it on to Sephiroth's sleeping form, seemingly partially via manipulation but also because he's resigned himself to his reality as a clone. This act results in Sephiroth's materia cocoon falling into the ground, kicking off powerful tremors as a protective barrier of energy circles around the crater, and furthermore the 5 weapons awaken: Sapphire, Diamond, Emerald, Ruby, and Ultimate. Biomechanical monstrosities created by the planet itself, which only awaken when the world is in grave danger. As a result of Cloud's actions here, the black materia is used by Sephiroth, and Meteor is summoned, with its imminent arrival threatening the survival of all life on the planet, and likely even the planet itself when you consider the terrible size of it. Furthermore, Cloud has been missing ever since he gave the materia to Sephiroth, meaning that Tifa becomes the party leader for a while, followed by Cid throughout a series of missions involving the Shinra. The Shinra themselves actually have plans towards defeating Sephiroth with the power of the Sister Ray, a Mako mega cannon developed by Scarlet. And they also aim to obliterate Meteor before it can obliterate the planet, with the help of Shinra number 26, which they intend to pack full of huge materia. I'm not going to go through all the missions that follow because they're not all that important for understanding the main story, but I will say that even though Cloud is gone and you can't use any of his fancy limit breaks for a while, I absolutely love this part of the game. These missions are just great fun and are filled with memorable moments and fights, and both Barret and Cid even get their individual storylines resolved here. Barret gets to rescue his hometown of Coral from being destroyed yet again, unless you mess it up, that is, and the people there stop hating him so much. You even get given the ultimate materia from some kid as a reward, and as for Cid, he finally gets to go into outer space, albeit briefly. Shera even gets vindicated here of her actions which ruined the last space mission, because it turns out that the oxygen tank she'd been fussing over actually was faulty, meaning the mission would have catastrophically failed anyway. There's a really nice moment where Cid realises what a jackass he's been and actually decides to be nice to her, and it's great, I love it. Mind you, motivation wise, this whole series of escapades doesn't really make much sense. I mean, yes, we know the Shinra are a truly evil company, led by power-hungry sociopaths. In fact, Rufus and Scarlet even try to have Tifa and Barret publicly executed after the events at the Whirlwind Maze, telling the population that Avalanche is to blame for Meteor and now we're going to punish them for their crimes. But at the same time, Shinra are earnestly trying to destroy Meteor. That's why they're gathering all the huge materia from each reactor to stuff it all into the rocket so as to make the ensuing explosion more powerful. But as soon as our team hears about this, they're like, "Not on my watch, Shinra. How dare you try and destroy Meteor, don't you fucking dare." And it's a bit nonsensical. Later on, Cloud does explain why to Cid, saying think of all the knowledge and wisdom inside the huge materia and that they need to borrow its power to defeat Sephiroth. Alright, so it's okay for Avalanche to use the materia but not Shinra. Plus, the huge materia is produced within the core of Shinra's macro reactors. It's technically not a naturally occurring phenomenon. Plus, the team absolutely don't need it to defeat Sephiroth. Its power is completely superfluous to the narrative. You can be gifted the Bahamut Zero summon from the blue huge materia, but as badass a summon as that is, you hardly need it, do you? Now, Shinra's rocket plan does fail. In fact, all it does is break Meteor up a bit, which if anything makes it look even more terrifying. But no one in our team knew it would fail. Furthermore, maybe if the rocket had every piece of huge materia on board, like Shinra had planned, instead of having it all stolen away by Cloud and his gang, it might have worked better. One act of Shinra that we do not manage to stop, however, is Sister Ray being fired at the North Crater, its blast piercing right through the rampaging diamond weapon and successfully getting rid of the energy barrier, though Rufus himself appears to be killed after a retaliatory blast of energy fired back at Midgar from diamond weapon. There's still the question of what happened to Cloud, however, and what is and isn't true about his past and personality. Sure, we heard Jenova/Sephiroth try and wear down his psyche with its illusion, some of which we know was true as per Tifa's testimony, but that doesn't mean that it was the whole truth. Even though Cloud fell into the Lifestream at the far north, where he ends up is the far south, at a small village called Midil, indicating that he'd been carried from one end of the planet all the way to the other through a river of potent spirit energy, and as such, he ain't doing too great. This is the point where Tifa leaves the party to take care of Cloud, while Cid takes charge for more of the huge materia stuff, but upon later returning to visit the pair, an earthquake occurs, coinciding with the arrival of Ultimate Weapon. Ultimate Weapon can't actually be killed here. In fact, you don't technically have to kill a single weapon boss at all. Sapphire gets blown to smithereens by the cannon at Junon, Diamond gets a hole blown through its body by the Sister Ray cannon at Midgar, and Ultimate, Emerald and Ruby Weapon are all optional bosses. As a result of the earthquake, even though the party escapes, Tifa and Cloud fall through newly made fissures in the ground and into the Lifestream, and the ensuing sequence is where we finally get to the bottom of what's up with Cloud. Even though Cloud has his moments where he acts like a weird dumb freak, by and large he's pretty damn cocky and confident, with more than a touch of aloofness, especially to Barret. Nonetheless, when it comes down to it, Cloud is capable, protective of those he cares about, and even heroic, certainly with Aerith, who seems to bring out the best in him. However, here in the Lifestream within this representation of Cloud's subconscious, we see that as a child, he wasn't quite so braggadocious, and nor was he as close to Tifa back then as you might assume, considering how friendly they are now. In fact, Cloud was something of a loner. Tifa had her own group of friends who Cloud thought were dumb and immature, though he secretly wanted to be accepted by them, especially Tifa. I spoke about the scene of Tifa attempting to cross Mount Nibel as a child, but while her friends progressively whoosed out the further she went, Cloud continued to follow her so as to gain her approval, or to protect her, or maybe just to show to both himself and her how much stronger he was than everyone else. Further ahead though, they both fell from a cliff, resulting in Tifa falling into a coma for a week while Cloud only scraped his knees. If you remember back to when Cloud fell down into the Sector 5 slums just before waking up to see Aerith, there's some sort of internal monologue happening, involving the words, "Back then I only got scraped knees," and that was Cloud subconsciously remembering this past event. This incident leads to him feeling guilt, isolation and a sense of weakness that he couldn't rescue Tifa, though these early events also motivated him to try and prove himself to everyone, which is where his ambition to join Soldier came from, to become as strong as the great Sephiroth. The thing is though, Cloud never actually made it into Soldier. He did join up with the Shinra, but although he was more than up to the task physically, he wasn't considered mentally strong enough to join the ranks of the elite, and the mental toughness aspect was very important, considering members of Soldier weren't just infused with Mako to make them stronger, they were injected with Jenova's cells. This is why Cloud never showed up in Nibelheim despite Tifa waiting for him there. It was Zack who did just about everything we saw Cloud do in his earlier retelling of events up until his memory of the incident failed when we saw Sephiroth in the reactor. Except Cloud was there. He was there all along, not as a member of Soldier but as a regular, unremarkable Shinra grunt. Way back in the section where Cloud infiltrates Junin to gain intel on what Rufus is up to, at one point he has to wear a Shinra uniform as a disguise, where he says, brings back memories, but this isn't because he'd previously worn the uniform for a little while before being accepted into Soldier, but because this is all he ever wore whilst working for Shinra. Also, when playing through Cloud's earlier recollection of events, you can visit his mother's house, where, in retrospect, we can see another hint when his mum asks him, "So this is a soldier uniform?" To which he replies, "Mum, aye," before the scene quickly transitions onto the next. And also remember that this particular sequence ends with Cloud saying, "Let's stop this," because he either can't or doesn't want to remember this fragment of truth. Cloud never revealed himself to Tifa in Nibelheim because he was deeply ashamed and embarrassed that he'd never succeeded like he'd promised her he would, but he was there all along. We know that Sephiroth was supposed to have died in this incident but never found out precisely how, but here it is revealed that it was Zack rather than Cloud who charged in directly after him, before being blasted straight back out of the vault again. This is when Cloud enters the picture for real, and upon thinking of his mother, who Sephiroth has just butchered, seeing an injured Tifa and an injured Zack, who he was close friends with, Cloud grabs Zack's Buster Sword and thrusts it into Sephiroth's back, succeeding where his soldier friend had just failed, before heading back out to cradle Tifa to safety, fulfilling his childhood promise to her. This begs the question of, if Tifa knew she'd been rescued by Cloud here, then why didn't she say anything much earlier? But I guess she lost some memory of this event due to how badly Sephiroth had wounded her. As for how she survived such a fell blow, this was because she was rescued by her martial arts teacher, Zangan, a survivor of the incident who healed her up as best he could before taking her to Midgar in search of a doctor who could heal her wounds. This is how Tifa ended up living in Midgar even though she was born in Nibelheim. Although wounded here, however, Sephiroth is not yet defeated, walking out from Jenova's vault with the specimen's head in his left hand, answering that lingering question of why on earth Jenova's head was missing in Shinra HQ. Cloud again charges at Sephiroth in an attempt to finish him off, but unlike last time, Sephiroth knows he's coming and impales him with his Masamune. Instead of this instantly causing Cloud's death as you might expect, however, through sheer force of will he survives the thrust and hurls Sephiroth down into the pale green depths of the Mako Reactor, with his sword still held in his right hand and his false mother's head still held tightly in his left. Thus, when the reports stated that Sephiroth died here, although that was a reasonable assumption, it wasn't really correct. We know that Mako reactors draw power directly from the Lifestream, which is exactly what he fell into. As for what transpired directly afterwards, Sephiroth told us earlier outside the Temple of the Ancients. I became a traveller of the Lifestream and gained the knowledge and wisdom of the Ancients. Incidentally, this spiritual journey is where he also discovered that neither he nor Jenova were actually ancients themselves, which was also when they started to formulate their plan for ascendance via the summoning of Meteor and the resulting profusion of spirit energy. Perhaps Sephiroth otherwise would have perished after being thrown asunder by Cloud, but bear in mind that he was carrying Jenova's very head with him when he went in, and this was the catalyst for both lifeforms' consciousnesses to become forever intertwined, and for Sephiroth to be able to so freely make use of Jenova's unique alien powers afterwards. His physical body may have migrated over to the North Crater, but his will was still being enacted by Jenova, having it take on his form and kill for him. Hojo's Jenova reunion theory was proven correct, but the reason Jenova's body didn't act as the central summoning point for all lifeforms carrying its cells, which includes Cloud, is because Sephiroth had, in a sense, taken over, and so his body is where all Jenova-linked lifeforms would migrate. Throughout most of the game, Cloud's main goal is to find Sephiroth. This is reiterated time and time again, but in reality he was actually being subconsciously drawn to him, culminating in him handing off the black materia, first to Jenova and later to the true Sephiroth. Thus, despite their attempts to convince Cloud that he was a clone, a mere puppet, only fit to be controlled and then discarded, this was a lie. He was a regular person with a childhood in Nibelheim that absolutely did involve Tifa, who helps him rediscover himself in the Lifestream, bringing him back from the brink and repairing his fractured mind and memory, severing the emotional puppet strings which allowed Sephiroth to control him. There are still some important gaps and questions for us to discuss though. For starters, if Cloud never made it into Soldier, then at what point were Jenova's or Sephiroth's cells injected into him? Well, this actually happened after the Nibelheim incident, not before it. Although Cloud did in a sense defeat Sephiroth, bear in mind that he only managed this at the cost of sustaining a tremendous injury to himself. Even though he acted like a superhuman in this instance, he wasn't actually genetically enhanced here in any way. Obviously he didn't die though, and nor did Zack for that matter. What actually happened is that both of them were kept in the Shinra mansion afterwards, suspended in tanks filled with Mako, all whilst they received Sephiroth's cells into their body. One day, after nearly 5 whole years by the way, Zack managed to break free and drag Cloud out too, rescuing him and leaving Nibelheim to flee to Midgar. Although Zack seemed no worse for wear as a result of his treatment, the same was not at all true of Cloud, whose state wasn't too dissimilar to how he first appeared after we found him in Mideel, and this is due to the differences in their mental toughness. It's the main reason why Zack originally made it into Soldier while Cloud was rejected. Sadly, just before the pair could make it to Midgar, Shinra's soldiers catch up with them and shoot Zack to death. Though as for Cloud, due to his crippled mental state, the soldiers just leave him to die. You can even see 4 reports summarising all these events back at Shinra Mansion in Disc 1, except obviously you've got no way of knowing who the 2 individuals being referred to here are at this point. As we know however, Cloud did not die. He took Zack's Buster Sword and somehow made it into Midgar, where he was found by Tifa and recruited into Avalanche. As for how most of his mental faculties returned instead of him remaining as he was, this was his traumatized and Jenova-infected mind repairing itself, except instead of Cloud remembering his actual past and the events which had led up to him arriving in Midgar, major parts of Zack's persona and memories were incorporated into his own, to the point where, as far as he believed, he truly had made it into Soldier. He effectively became part Cloud and part Zack without even being aware of it, and that really shows in his mannerisms too, particularly in the early game where he's especially arrogant and prone to showing off. In fact, I think Zack's identity being incorporated into Cloud's was a major reason why Aeris was so attracted to him the instant she met him. It's because she detected some of her lost love in Cloud. It wasn't just the colour of his eyes that reminded Aeris of Zack. But what about Nibelheim? Why the hell does it look completely unburnt when we return to it? In both Cloud's original recollection of events and when we later see what actually happened, the place is destroyed and everyone is either killed or wounded. So what's up? Well, the town absolutely was destroyed, that's for sure, but the reason it looks fine when we see it is because it was reconstructed by Shinra and Hojo in the wake of the incident. If you visit Nibelheim again from Disc 2 onwards, one of the residents there flat out admits that they get paid by Shinra to keep the town secret, and as for the black cloaked figures, well, they are survivors of the incident who, instead of helping them, Hojo injected with Jenova's cells. It was the perfect opportunity for him to test out his Jenova reunion theory. As for what becomes of Hojo, well, remember that as well as him being irredeemably evil, he's also Sephiroth's biological father, though it's not made too clear if Sephiroth himself is actually aware of this. To close out Disc 2 is the raid on Midgar, where our entire team is back in action, Cloud and all, who is now mentally healthy and fighting fit, and whose fighting talents are needed in Midgar, where Hojo prepares the Sister Ray cannon once more. It had been used to destroy the barrier around the North Cave before, requiring enormous amounts of Mako energy, but Hojo goes full on mad scientist mode here and wants to use it again so as to provide Sephiroth, his son, with the energy he needs for his transformation. Though when asked what his true motivations are, he just says, "My son needs power and help. That's the only reason." At first this seems kinda random and out of nowhere, and even irrational, seeing as how if Sephiroth's plan comes to fruition it'll mean doom for the planet. But the real reason for his behaviour is soon revealed when he states that he has injected Jenova's cells into his body. Thus, Jenova's influence is now taking hold over Hojo. Even though he's not aware of it, he's being compelled into firing the cannon towards Sephiroth, just as Jenova's influence affects and directs the mind of all its victims. Though as we see, Hojo is subject to more than just mental effects from the Jenova cells, kicking off a 3-phase boss fight and one of the coolest fights in the game. Seriously, this moment is so freaking sick. Just the way there's no sound other than the electrical roar of the cables feeding the cannon before the Jenova theme kicks off. In Phase 1 he looks normal enough I guess, though still unpleasant and creepy and ever so slightly green, though he summons a couple of samples of strange organisms, just like he created that biological horror sample HO512 back at Shinra HQ. For the second phase, things go from weird to weirder as he transforms into Helletic Hojo, a hideous mutated abomination of stretched pink and purple flesh, its maw permanently stretched open in a terrible silent scream. Of the Jenova cells reacting with his body, and judging by these forms he's taking on, the infusion was clearly a massive one, which he knew would have catastrophic effects on his DNA and physical structure. In fact, Helletic Hojo doesn't look all that dissimilar from the various Jenova organisms we fight throughout the game, though he's certainly not as large as Jenova Birth, Life or Death. His third form is the weirdest and most interesting one of all, Life Form Hojo NA. This whole thing kind of reminds me of Frieza from Dragon Ball Z, where he starts off in a form you're somewhat familiar with before turning into something absolutely monstrous, before finally taking on a far sleeker, more refined and powerful form. Lifeform Hojo NA's appearance has almost no similarity to his regular human one. His face is replaced with a gold orb, his hands are replaced with silver organic points, and his legs are fused together, plus there's a flowing whip extending from the back of his head for attacking. I earlier spoke about how much I enjoyed FF7's enemy designs, and this is one of the many examples of that. It's weird and it's interesting. After the raid on Midgar, the Hojo threat has been dealt with, the Turks have been defeated, and Rufus seems to have been killed by Sapphire Weapon, meaning that finally Shinra is out of action. Thus, all that's left is to focus on the final threats: Sephiroth, Jenova, and Meteor. The game all but pushes you down into the North Cave right as Disc 3 begins, and to be honest, it looks kinda dumb. Looks like this. As for the actual level though, it is tremendous, very large, has several points of divergence where you allocate different characters to take different routes before they all meet back up again at the end, whereupon they'll even gift you the items they found on their travels, though it still lets you double back later and return to all the spots you missed, and you really should too. The North Cave varies in character massively from place to place, and there are a bunch of enemies here that don't show up anywhere else, a couple of which have extremely valuable enemy skills to learn. The legendary dragon zombie is one such enemy, though as with a lot of enemies in this final dungeon, I wish it was more powerful, especially considering how big and fearsome it looks. Damn thing only has 13,000 HP, which is just nothing. It goes down way too easy. But a really cool thing about it is its final attack, Pandora's Box, a high damage non-elemental magic attack which ignores defense. It's a really weird but cool animation, but the most interesting thing about it is that you will only ever see it used against you once per save file. You can fight a bunch of dragon zombies as random battles here, and 2 or 3 again during the final gauntlet leading up to the final bosses, but only the first one you encounter throws it out, which means you're going to want everyone equipped with their enemy's skill materia, otherwise you miss your chance to learn it for good. The North Cave is a long dungeon with a brilliant soundtrack, filled with fun encounters and these big, weird, bulky enemies, and you can find several special materia here too, like W Magic, Mega All, Shield, and Counter. Probably the most unique aspect of it though is that right at the start it gives you a save crystal which you can use at nearly any spot, but which will be your one and only save point in the entire dungeon, though you can use it as many times as you like. Pretty fiendish, especially because on your first playthrough you're not going to know how long the dungeon goes on for, or where the point of no return is, meaning setting it down is a bit of a gamble, because you can't pick it back up again. Even so, pretty cool idea, though there are a couple of glitches associated with it depending on where you use it. I'm pretty sure I got one of these back on my very first playthrough actually, because I remember getting to a point, saving, and then trying to leave the dungeon to tie up some loose ends now that I'd gotten some of the cool items down here, but then I just couldn't leave. The game wouldn't let me, and so I assumed that once you descended into the North Cave, you just couldn't get out again. You actually can leave, but I didn't know that, though it's possible I didn't get the glitch. It was a long time ago and maybe I was just a dumb kid and got confused by this screen, because although it doesn't look like Cloud can climb up this wall, he can. The point of the dungeon though is descent, deep down into the heart of the planet where Sephiroth gestates, and the hour of his ascendance is nigh. Before facing the man or creature itself though, there's another encounter with Jenova, who appears in its final form, Jenova Synthesis. It still somewhat resembles the mass of livid flesh we'd seen those other times, but here it looks far more refined, more complete, and it is certainly more powerful. Mind you, not that powerful, and absolutely no match for the likes of Comet 2 and Ultima, or your level 4 limit breaks, and if you want to chuck out something like Knights of the Round, it's probably going to be a one-hit KO, which is kinda lame. When Jenova gets down to 25% of its max HP however, it will begin a countdown from 5, and if you don't deplete its remaining health in that time, it is one of only 3 enemies in the game that can throw out Ultima. Quite likely to KO your party, especially seeing as how Ultima can't be reflected. As for what exactly Jenova's synthesis is, I had a super interesting theory, pretty sure it was from your boy 48 Productions actually, that this is the amalgamation of all those black cloaked people who carried Jenova's cells. You earlier see several of them being slaughtered and thrown from the cliffs in the Whirlwind Maze, plus the term synthesis means man-made, so perhaps this final form is the culmination of all, or nearly all, of Jenova's cells having been reunited back together. By the way, I got a really weird visual bug here where two Jenova synthesis models overlapped in battle and it looked strange as hell. Not sure how common this is, though it was the PS4 version of the game I was playing on. But never mind that, because right after Jenova is defeated, the nebulous way to Sephiroth is exposed, and it's a pretty trippy encounter with the entire team floating in space, while Sephiroth himself hovers before an enormous glowing orb, one that looks very similar to the materia which fell from Aeris' neck after she was killed back in the Forgotten Capital. Except this orb is far larger and is partially encased in some stifling red substance. Well, the materia which was lost that day was actually something called Holy. Aeris had first believed it was useless due to it not having any apparent powers, but in reality, that small pale orb given to her by her mother was the only thing capable of stopping Meteor. It was the antithesis to the ultimate destructive magic, and it was during the events at the Temple of the Ancients where Aeris first learned this. This is why she kept it to herself and journeyed alone to the north, to the Forgotten Capital, where she prayed to the planet for Holy to activate to stop Sephiroth and Jenova. Of course, tragically, Aeris' plans and prayers were interrupted, making it seem as if she had failed. However, even though it sank to the bottom of the water, lost and out of reach, that orb of holy materia took on a distinctly ethereal green glow, the same colour as the Lifestream. The thing is, Sephiroth is stopping Holy from unleashing its radiant rays of healing light. His presence is a cloying cancer, preying on the planet, which means he must be defeated before it is free to save the world from Meteor. That's what is represented by this enormous green orb in the background here, and in the fight against Bizarro Sephiroth. This is Final Fantasy VII's penultimate boss fight, and stat-wise, things get quite interesting. Compared to any other boss in the game except the final one, Bizarro Sephiroth is the only entity whose stats differ depending on factors external to the fight itself. If you use Knights of the Round on Jenova Synthesis, the body gets an additional 60,000 HP, which is really cool actually because that's a meaningful HP boost, and a somewhat fiendish but fun counter back at you for using such an unnecessarily overpowered move. Furthermore, every one of its body parts gains an additional chunk of HP for each one of your characters who are at level 99, though I find this not quite as interesting. I might be wrong here, and if I am, I apologise because I'm just not sure, but I think this boost only applies for characters who are specifically at level 99, rather than it scaling all the way up to that level. I don't believe there's any HP boost if someone is, say, level 98. And also, the HP boosts are way too small, they just don't make that much of a difference. Still interesting fight nonetheless, with 5 different body parts to attack: right magic, left magic, head, main body, and core. The idea is that they're supposed to be taken down in the correct sequence, and in fact, once again, depending on external factors such as average party level and how you performed against Jenova, the nature of the fight will change. From it being a one-party fight where you're free to take down all its body parts from the get-go before the core becomes vulnerable, to a 2 or even 3-party battle where each team is responsible for taking down specific body parts. I just got the single-party fight here though, and again it was disappointingly easy. This was an example of a boss that I wanted to take a while because it's interesting as hell to fight and to look at, but alas, Bizarro Sephiroth went down all too quickly. I've heard some people say that the figurehead up top is Jenova, but I don't see that at all. It clearly looks like Sephiroth. It's the intermediate stage in him transforming into a god, appearing monstrous but with a slight angelic twist, hence the arms which resemble wings. When Bizarro Sephiroth is defeated upon its yellow core's HP being depleted, it's supposed to sort of tremble and collapse backwards for an extremely cool dying animation, except I got that dumb visual glitch again, and so instead it looked like this. Goofiness aside though, although there was plenty of grandeur and dialogue in between the fights with Jenova Synthesis and Bizarro Sephiroth, nothing is said in between Bizarro Sephiroth and Safer Sephiroth. One fight simply leads on to the other.
The cocoon has been defeated, and the demigod within has been birthed into the world, the one-winged angel descending from on high with its arm and wing outstretched in a constant pose of grandiosity, as if to say, behold my magnificence, my dual halos, my wing, my radiance. I tell you folks, I get chills every time I fight Safer Sephiroth, every time one-winged angel kicks in, as you see him gently descend, with the otherworldly vortex of clouds constantly rotating in the background. It's pretty much perfect in its presentation, and an incredible way to follow up the bizarreness of Bizarro Sephiroth. Just like Bizarro, Safer/Seraph, Sephiroth's HP is determined by how many of your party members are at level 99, and again, whether or not Knights of the Round was used on Jenova Synthesis. In fact, its HP can range anywhere from about 55,000 all the way to a massive 400,000, and its actual stats also get decent boosts too. I've never taken Safer Sephiroth on with everyone at max level myself. In fact, my team here were only about level 60, but even if you are fighting him when he's at his most powerful, he's actually extremely predictable, always going through the same 8 move cycle. Starting off either with Wall or Dispel before a few moves later he flies up into the air, letting you know something extravagant is coming, also putting him out of range of melee attacks. And of course, something extravagant sure as hell does come, introducing the single coolest attack animation for any move from any game ever made. And I won't hear any arguments to the contrary. Let's just enjoy the damn show, all 2 minutes of it. Supernova is actually a really dangerous move too, because it will always reduce everyone's HP down to just 1/16, and it can even cause confusion, which can very easily get out of hand and result in a game over if you get unlucky. As deific and divine as Safer Sephiroth might seem, however, he is not invincible, and his death animation is totally unique, exploding out in beams of light and then disintegrating into the ether. After the one-winged angel's defeat, there are no immediate apparent effects, no cleansing waves of holy light as they might have hoped, and just as they're about to leave, Cloud holds his head in his hands just as he had so many times before, as if Sephiroth is still here. And he still has some hold over Cloud, leading to an FMV of Cloud flying through a black void to face his arch-nemesis for the final time. Although this awesome final cathartic fight is played out as if it's a physical event, the idea here seems to be that it's actually more of a mental battle that's only taking place in Cloud's mind, showing him utterly vanquishing the last traces of Sephiroth's influence from his soul. And also we see Tifa try and grab him to safety directly after, indicating that he was likely just standing there transfixed up until the North Cave began crumbling following Sephiroth's explosive defeat. Despite Jenova and Sephiroth being eliminated, the threat of Meteor still remains, and by the time they leave the cave, it is bearing down on the planet, directly over Midgar in fact, accompanied by violent vortexes of whirling fire, causing havoc, chaos and destruction to the upper plates of the floating city of steel. However, just as all hope seems lost, just as it seems like the rending of the entire planet has become a foregone conclusion, Holy manifests. Even though it had fallen far below, seemingly lost, it had still been activated by Aeris' prayers to the planet just before her death, and now that both Sephiroth and Jenova have been vanquished, finally, the true power of Holy is free to be let loose, forming a protective barrier of spirit energy over Midgar, halting Meteor and reducing it to dust. Folks, Final Fantasy VII was my very first favourite game. There have been many games I've called my favourite over the years, games like Killer 7, Darkest Dungeon, Sunless Sea, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and certainly Final Fantasy X, but Final Fantasy VII was the first, the game that showed me what was possible with storytelling, world building, dialogue, music, graphics, systems and mechanics. I consider Final Fantasy VII to be one of the greatest games of all time, but for as great as the sum of its parts absolutely is, the final package itself somehow manages to be even greater still. Can a portion of my current love for Final Fantasy VII be attributed to my experiences with it as a child and teenager? Absolutely. For as absurd as it might sound, this game really was an important element of my childhood and teenage years, and thus there are many aspects to the Final Fantasy VII experience that have an especially powerful effect on me because of that. But the thing about nostalgia is that it can be somewhat dispelled by exposure and time. You remember fondly back on something you used to love, but then upon trying it years later, maybe it doesn't quite hold up so well. But for this game, for me, the magic has never been dispelled. It has started to fade a few times, but as soon as I start up another fresh playthrough, it comes straight back, every damn time. I guess I should spare a wee bit of commentary on some other Final Fantasy VII media, though I haven't consumed all of it, plus be warned, it's been many years since I've played or watched some of this stuff, so don't take too much of what I have to say here that seriously. Regarding Advent Children, the movie sequel to Final Fantasy VII, I remember getting wildly hyped about it back when I first heard it announced. It wasn't shown in any of the cinemas in my city however, and so I didn't have a way to actually watch it, but my pal David had a big brother with a massive DVD collection, and he eventually bought Advent Children and let me borrow it. I'd love to give you a detailed review of the movie, but I just don't remember all that much about it. It was certainly a thrill seeing all the characters I'd grown up with rendered in such high detail, not to mention getting to hear their voices for the first time. But I just wasn't all that taken with the movie. For as eager as I was for a continuation of the FF7 story back then, the actual events of the movie felt kind of unnecessary for me. Sephiroth was already defeated, he didn't need to come back for another final battle. I didn't dislike it or anything, but nor did it impress me, though again, bear in mind, it's been about a decade since I've actually seen it. Maybe I'd appreciate it way more if I watched it today. What else have we got? Oh yeah, Dirge of Cerberus for the PS2. This was another one I was excited as hell for, especially seeing as how it too was a sequel, and because, like most teenagers who played the game, I thought Vincent was so cool. Didn't really know what to expect from Dirge of Cerberus, but I allowed my dumb young mind to run away with me, hoping for another incredible RPG experience. But what we actually got was a low-budget third-person shooter with a lame story which completely lacked the charm of Final Fantasy VII. Again, it's been a long time since I played this game, so who knows, maybe it's better than my memory would have me believe, but I didn't think it was good at all. Just a soulless cash grab to attract naive FF7 mega fans like little old me, and I look forward to never playing it again. Then there's Crisis Core, yet another game I was deeply excited for back in the day. I know they re-released Crisis Core on modern consoles last year, but I experienced it on the PSP, which it was originally released for. Definitely a better game than Dirge of Cerberus, but again I really didn't think it was that great. I was actually really ignorant of the finer details of FF7's story back when I was a teenager, because as you've heard, it does have a complex plot, and so I don't think I was quite able to appreciate a lot of Crisis Core's story because of this. Maybe I'd enjoy it more if I played it today, and maybe I just will sometime, but gameplay wise it left me pretty underwhelmed. I still remember there being tons of these submissions that you could do to get the best materia and gear and stuff, but they were absolutely awful and insanely repetitive, and I remember finding that pretty lame. But that brings us to the big one, 2020's Final Fantasy VII Remake. Folks, there was a point in time where if you'd asked me what I wanted more than anything else in the world, I'd have said a remake of Final Fantasy VII. In fact, back in the run-up to the PS3 being released, accompanying a gaming magazine I'd bought was a DVD containing a new trailer. A trailer for a Final Fantasy VII remake, showing that classic opening scene of Aeris, Midgar and then Cloud popping over the train. I cannot describe the intensity of the excitement I've felt. It's the kind of excitement that you can only feel as a kid or a young teenager before life gradually strips you of the capacity to feel hope and happiness. The thing was though, even though it was presented as if it were a trailer for a remake, afterwards Square Enix said it was actually just a tech demo to show off the graphical power for the PS3. My disappointment was immeasurable and many days were ruined. But of course, much later we did get an actual remake, not for the PS3, but for the PS4 and PS5. Again, I'm not going to provide a whole review for the game here because 1, the last time I played it was when it first launched, and 2, this is the end of the video and almost no one is still watching by this point, although if you are, I'm impressed. You are one of the elite few to make it this far. What I will say about the remake is this: I didn't think it was all that great. Not a bad game, but there was absolutely nothing special about it, and it completely lacked the distinctive flavour found in the original. Not least of all because it was a very different style of game, completely ditching the turn-based combat, which did not sit well with me at all. Because I'm significantly more partial to the style of combat found in Square's older games compared to their newer ones. If I wanted to be overly generous to the FF7 remake, I'd say, I guess it's an okay game. But that's about as high praise as I can muster, though in truth I didn't even make it to the end because I got bored. It just wasn't what I wanted, though in saying that almost everyone else seems to absolutely love it and it made Square Enix a crap ton of money, so hey, who cares what I think. As for FF7 Rebirth, haven't played it. Will I play it at some point and will I give the remake another go? Well, I might, or maybe I'll just play the original again, which to me will always remain one of the best games of all time.